Yo, what's up? Welcome to Potter Vibes, where stories come alive. Buckle up because today we have McGonagall walked into the Wizengamot with Harry's childhood medical records and Dumbledore's forged signatures. Every seat went silent. Quick favor, if you dig this content, drop a like and subscribe. It takes just a second but means so much to us. Let's roll. Chapter 1. The evidence. Professor Minerva McGonagall had always prided herself on knowing her students. 39 years of teaching Transfiguration had honed her ability to discern patterns in behavior, to notice the subtle shifts that indicated something amiss in a child's life. So when Harry Potter flinched at the sound of breaking glass during a particularly disastrous attempt by Neville Longbottom to transform a teacup into a tortoise, she noticed. It wasn't the first time. The boy's reaction was instinctive, shoulders hunching, head ducking, eyes darting to locate the nearest exit. The motion lasted only a fraction of a second before he composed himself, but it was enough. "Mr. Finnegan, please assist Mr. Longbottom with the cleanup," she instructed, keeping her voice even. Class dismissed. "Mr. Potter, a moment, if you please." The students filed out, Ron Weasley hesitating at the door with a questioning glance at Harry, who nodded reassuringly. When the room had emptied, McGonagall gestured to the chair opposite her desk. "You're not in trouble, Potter," she said, noticing the tension in his posture. "How are you finding your third year thus far?" Harry adjusted his glasses, a nervous gesture she'd observed countless times. "Fine, Professor. Is there something wrong with my Transfiguration work?" "Not at all. Your recent essay on animagi was quite impressive." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "I simply wish to inquire if everything is satisfactory, outside of academics." His expression shuddered immediately. "Everything's fine, Professor." The response came too quickly, too practiced. McGonagall had heard similar replies from students with bruises hidden beneath their robes, with letters from home that made them cry in bathroom stalls. "Potter, Harry," she said, softening her tone. "If there were ever anything you wished to discuss regarding your home life, my door would be open to you." Something flickered across his face, surprise, perhaps a fleeting hope, before the mask slipped back into place. "Thank you, Professor, but I'm fine. May I go? I don't want to be late for charms." She nodded, writing a brief note excusing his tardiness. As she watched him leave, shoulders still slightly hunched, she felt a familiar disquiet settle in her chest. The same disquiet she'd felt 12 years ago, watching Albus Dumbledore place an infant on a Muggle doorstep. The staff room was empty save for Filius Flitwick, who was charming a stack of essays to sort themselves by year and house. "Ah, Minerva," he greeted her. "You look troubled." McGonagall sank into an armchair, removing her spectacles to pinch the bridge of her nose. "It's Potter." Filius's wand stilled. "Has something happened?" "Nothing specific. It's a collection of small observations." She replaced her spectacles. "His reaction to sudden movements. His thinness at the start of each term. The way he never receives parcels from home. The fact that he chose to remain at Hogwarts during holidays from his very first year. Many children prefer Hogwarts to home," Filius noted, though his brow furrowed. "Indeed. But most do not arrive wearing clothes 4 sizes too large, or flinch when a fellow student raises a hand too quickly." She leaned forward. "Filius, have you ever noticed how he responds to praise?" The charms professor frowned. "With disbelief, initially. As though he's unaccustomed to receiving it." "Precisely. And his reluctance to seek help from adults." She trailed off, remembering the events of Potter's first and second years. The Philosopher's Stone. The Chamber of Secrets. In both instances, the boy had faced mortal danger rather than turned to a teacher. It paints a concerning picture. "Have you spoken with Albus?" "Not yet. I wish to gather more information first." She hesitated. Potter's guardians, his aunt and uncle, they were, less than pleased to take him in. I was there, the night Albus left him. I observed the family throughout the day. They are the worst sort of muggles. Phileas raised his eyebrows. You expressed concerns at the time. I did. Albus assured me his placement with blood relatives was necessary for his protection. Her lips thinned. But what protection is there against those meant to care for you? The diminutive professor nodded gravely. What do you intend to do? For now, observe. And perhaps. She tapped her fingers thoughtfully against the armrest. Perhaps a review of his medical records would be prudent. Madame Pomfrey's domain was, as always, immaculate. The hospital wing gleamed in the afternoon light streaming through tall windows, beds neatly made with crisp white linens. The matron herself was inventorying potions in her office when McGonagall entered. Minerva, she greeted, setting down a clipboard. No emergencies, I hope. No, Poppy. I've come to inquire about a student's medical history. Harry Potter. Pomfrey's expression shifted subtly. I see. Please, sit. She waved her wand at the door, which closed with a soft click. May I ask why? McGonagall explained her observations, her growing unease. As she spoke, Pomfrey's face grew increasingly grim. I've had my own concerns, the matron admitted. The boy has never had a proper medical examination before coming to Hogwarts. His immunization record was incomplete. And when I first examined him. She shook her head. Evidence of malnourishment. Old fractures improperly healed, a wrist, 2 ribs. And scars, Minerva. Not just the famous one. McGonagall felt her hands tighten into fists. Why wasn't I informed? I filed reports with the headmaster. Pomfrey stood, moving to a filing cabinet secured with both key and charm. As is protocol with suspected abuse cases. The word hung in the air between them. Abuse. Not neglect, not mere strictness. Abuse. Pomfrey tapped her wand against the cabinet, murmuring an unlocking spell. Student medical records are confidential, as you know, but as his head of house, you have the right to review them with due cause. She extracted a thick folder labeled, Potter, H.J., and placed it on the desk. This seems rather extensive for a boy who's been here less than 3 years, McGonagall observed. Yes, well, between Quidditch injuries, basilisk venom, Dementor exposure, and, Pomfrey caught herself. Perhaps you should simply read it. The file began with Potter's initial examination upon entering Hogwarts. McGonagall read Pomfrey's clinical notes with increasing horror. Height and weight well below average for his age. Signs of chronic malnourishment. Evidence of previously broken bones. Untreated myopia. And then, most damning, multiple linear scars across the back and shoulders consistent with belt marks. Merlin's beard, she breathed. Keep reading, Pomfrey said quietly. The next section contained Pomfrey's required reporting forms, documenting her findings and her recommendation that Potter not be returned to his current guardians. Attached was Dumbledore's response, a brief note acknowledging the report but stating that, due to extraordinary security concerns, Potter must remain with his blood relatives. He overrode your recommendation. On what authority? As headmaster, as Potter's magical guardian, as chief warlock. Take your pick. There was an uncharacteristic bitterness in Pomfrey's voice. I filed updated reports after his first year when he returned even thinner than before. And after his second, when I learned his relatives had installed bars on his window. McGonagall flipped through the subsequent reports. Each detailed new concerns, each was acknowledged with the same response. Until the most recent report, filed just months ago. This signature. She leaned closer, studying the flowing script at the bottom of the form. This doesn't look quite right. Pomfrey nodded grimly. I noticed that as well. Compare it to his earlier signatures. McGonagall did so, laying the forms side by side. The difference was subtle but unmistakable. The earlier signatures had Albus's characteristic flourish, the slight upward tilt at the end of his surname. The recent ones were close, very close, but lacked certain nuances. "Someone has been forging Albus's signature," she said slowly. "But who? And why?" "I have my suspicions," Pomfrey replied. "There's more. The boy's Muggle medical records." This thin folder contained only 3 documents, a birth record, an immunization record with only infant vaccinations, and a single emergency room visit from when Potter was 6 years old. The diagnosis read, "accidental fall downstairs," but the attending physician had noted, "unexplained bruising on upper arms in the shape of finger marks," and, "patient reluctant to explain how injury occurred." A 4th document caught her eye, a school nurse's report from Potter's primary school, requesting permission for a welfare check at the home. At the bottom, a guardian's signature denying consent, Vernon Dursley. And beside it, the signature of a school district official overriding the request. A signature McGonagall recognized. "This is Albus's handwriting," she said, disbelieving. "Why would he be signing Muggle school documents?" "I can't answer that," Pomfrey said. "But look at the date. February 1988. Potter would have been 8 years old. He's been monitoring the boy's situation all along," McGonagall realized. "Not just from a distance. He's been actively intervening, not to help, but to maintain the status quo." She flipped back through the file, searching for something, anything that might explain Albus's actions. There, a brief note from the headmaster to Pomfrey, dated just after Potter's first year. "The blood protection afforded by his mother's sacrifice requires Harry to call home the place where her blood resides. His aunt's house must remain his legal residence until he comes of age, regardless of conditions there. The greater good demands certain sacrifices. I regret this necessity more than you know." "The greater good," McGonagall repeated flatly. "Children are not pawns, Poppy. They are not sacrifices to be made for the greater good, whatever Albus believes that to be." She closed the file, her decision made. "I need copies of these records." Pomfrey looked alarmed. "What do you intend to do?" "What should have been done years ago. I'm going to ensure Harry Potter never returns to that house again." The great hall buzzed with the usual dinner conversation, but McGonagall barely touched her food. Her eyes kept drifting to Potter at the Gryffindor table, laughing at something the Weasley twins had said, looking for all the world like any normal 13-year-old boy. How had she missed it for so long? The signs had been there from the beginning. To her left, Albus Dumbledore chatted amicably with Professor Sprout about a rare plant she'd acquired for the greenhouses. He seemed entirely at ease, eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, occasionally offering a gentle correction when students grew too rowdy. She studied him surreptitiously. This man she had known for decades, whom she had respected, admired, even loved as a mentor and friend. Had she been blind? Or merely willing to overlook his flaws in service to his vision? "You're quiet tonight, Minerva," Dumbledore noted, turning to her with a gentle smile. "Is something troubling you?" For a moment, she considered confronting him directly. Demanding answers about forged signatures and ignored medical reports and a child left to suffer. But decades of political maneuvering had taught her the value of timing. "End-of-term examinations," she replied instead. "Always a stressful time." "Indeed." He followed her gaze to the Gryffindor table. "Young Harry seems to be flourishing, despite recent troubles with the Dementors. His Patronus work with Remus has been remarkable, I hear." "Remarkable that a 13-year-old needs to defend himself from creatures that should never have been allowed near a school," she said pointedly. Dumbledore sighed. "An unfortunate necessity, given the threat of Sirius Black." She bit back a retort about other unfortunate necessities he had imposed on Potter. Instead, she asked, "Have you given any thought to the boy's summer arrangements? Given Black's targeting of him, perhaps alternative accommodations would be prudent." The blood wards at his aunt's home remain his strongest protection, Dumbledore replied, his tone gentle but firm. I've arranged for additional magical surveillance of the area. He will be quite safe there. Safe from external threats, perhaps, she thought bitterly. But what of the threat within those walls? I see, was all she said. After dinner, rather than returning to her quarters, McGonagall made her way to the hospital wing once more. Pomfrey had gone to bed, but had granted her access to continue reviewing Potter's records. There was something she needed to confirm. The medical cabinet yielded to her touch, recognizing her as authorized personnel. She extracted Potter's file again, spreading the contents across Pomfrey's desk. This time, she focused not on the content but on the paperwork itself, specifically, the administrative documentation. Each report filed by Pomfrey should have generated a corresponding notification to three parties: the Headmaster, the child's magical guardian, and the Department of Magical Child Welfare at the Ministry. In Potter's case, Dumbledore occupied the first two roles, meaning only 2 notifications should exist for each report. She found the Ministry acknowledgement forms easily enough, standardized parchment with the Ministry seal, acknowledging receipt of Pomfrey's concerns. But something was odd about them. The stamped dates on several forms had been altered, subtly, but detectably. The ink density varied slightly where numbers had been changed. He delayed the reports, she murmured. Filed them all at once, backdated. But why? The answer came in the form of a Ministry follow-up letter, dated 3 weeks after Potter's arrival at Hogwarts, regarding case HP 1091. P.S. Our investigator called at the residence of Vernon and Petunia Dursley on October 18, 1991, to follow up on reported concerns. The Dursleys provided a tour of the home, including the subject's bedroom, which was found to be adequate. Subject was not present for interview as he is currently boarding at school. Guardian interview indicated normal disciplinary methods and denied allegations of physical punishment. No evidence of current endangerment was found. Case status, closed. Matilda Hopkirk, Department of Magical Child Welfare. McGonagall snorted. Of course they'd found nothing. By the time this investigation occurred, the Dursleys would have had weeks to prepare, to clean up any evidence, to convert whatever inadequate space Potter had occupied into something that would pass inspection. And Potter himself hadn't even been interviewed. She continued searching, looking now for any record of magical monitoring at the Dursley residence. If Albus claimed to be aware of Potter's situation, there should be evidence of surveillance charms, reporting wards, something. Near the bottom of the file, she found it, a thin sheaf of parchment labeled Monitoring Records, Little Whinging. The first pages contained periodic notations of Blood Ward Stable and No Magical Intrusions Detected. But deeper in the records, she found incident reports, June 23, 1992, accidental magic detected. Levitation charm on a dessert plate. Warning issued by improper use of magic office. August 2, 1992, multiple locking charms detected on bedroom door and window, external origin, not subject's magic. Alert triggered. August 3, 1992, unauthorized flying vehicle at premises. Multiple underage wizards present. Subject removed from residence by Weasley, Frederick, Weasley, George, Weasley, Ronald. The August 2 incident included a follow-up notation in Dumbledore's handwriting, Arabella reports bars on window. Deployed Dobby to monitor situation. No immediate intervention required. Blood wards must be maintained. McGonagall felt cold fury building in her chest. No immediate intervention required. A child was being locked in a room, and Albus had known. He had known and done nothing. She gathered the most damning documents, the forged signatures, the altered ministry forms, the monitoring reports that proved Dumbledore's awareness, and duplicated them with a tap of her wand. The copies she slid into her robes. The originals she carefully replaced. One more task remained. She needed to speak with Potter himself. Not to interrogate him, the poor boy had endured enough questioning in his young life, but to confirm what she already suspected. And to make him a promise. The Gryffindor common room was still lively when she entered, students taking advantage of the weekend to socialize rather than retire early. Her presence caused an immediate hush, followed by a flurry of activity as students hastily put away contraband items and attempted to look studious. "I'm not here for an inspection," she announced dryly. "Mr. Potter, might I have a word?" "In private." Harry looked up from a chess game with Ron Weasley, surprise evident on his face. Yes, Professor." She led him to her office, keenly aware of the curious gazes following them. The boy seemed nervous, hands fidgeting at his sides. "Please, sit down," she said, gesturing to the chair before her desk. "Would you care for some tea?" "No, thank you, Professor." He perched on the edge of the seat, ready to bolt. "Have I done something wrong?" "Not at all." She took her own seat, considering her approach. Direct, she decided. Potter had been lied to enough. "Mr. Potter, Harry, I've recently become aware of certain concerns regarding your home life with your aunt and uncle." His face closed off immediately. "I'm fine, Professor." "Really?" "I believe you misunderstand me," she said gently. "I am not asking for confirmation. I am telling you that I know." He stared at her, saying nothing. "I have reviewed your medical records," she continued. "Both magical and muggle. I have seen the reports filed by Madame Pomfrey. I know about the cupboard, Harry. I know about the bars on your window. I know about meals withheld and wounds left untreated." His face had gone pale, but his expression remained stubbornly neutral. "It doesn't matter," he said finally. "I'm only there during summers now. And next summer I'll be 14. I can handle it." "It matters a great deal," she countered, leaning forward. "No child should handle abuse, Harry. Not for a summer, not for a day." He flinched at the word abuse, then looked angry. "I'm not, they don't, it's not that bad. And Professor Dumbledore says I have to stay there because of the blood protection." "Professor Dumbledore is not infallible," she said quietly. "And there are other ways to provide protection that do not require you to live with people who mistreat you." Hope flashed in his eyes before he suppressed it. "But where would I go? The Weasleys? They already have 7 children to feed. And Sirius is—" He trailed off. "A fugitive, yes. Though I have my doubts about his guilt." She tapped her fingers on the desk, thinking. "There are options, Harry. Magical guardianship could be reassigned. You could be placed with a suitable wizarding family, or even remain at Hogwarts year-round with proper arrangements." He looked skeptical. "Professor Dumbledore wouldn't allow it." "Professor Dumbledore will not have the final say in this matter," she said with steel in her voice. "I intend to bring this case before the Wizengamot." Potter's eyes widened in alarm. "The Wizengamot? But, everyone would know. It would be in the papers." "I don't want," he broke off, looking miserable. "I understand your concern for privacy," she said. "But this situation has persisted for too long, hidden behind secrecy and manipulation. Certain parties have been aware of your circumstances and have failed in their duty to protect you." "You mean Dumbledore," he said flatly. She nodded, impressed by his perception. "Among others. The Wizengamot has the authority to remove you from your current guardians and assign new ones, overriding even the Headmaster's decisions." Potter looked down at his hands. "I'd never have to go back there. To Privet Drive?" "Never," she promised. "You have my word, Harry." He was silent for a long moment. When he looked up, his eyes were suspiciously bright behind his glasses. "What do you need me to do?" "For now, nothing. Continue with your classes, your Quidditch, your friends. I will handle the preparations." She hesitated, then added, "However, when the time comes, you may be asked to testify." To speak about your experiences with the Dursleys. He paled. In front of everyone. Most likely in a closed session, with only the necessary officials present. But yes, you would need to speak about it. She studied his face. Could you do that, Harry? Could you tell the truth, even if it's difficult? He seemed to consider this carefully, weighing his desire for privacy against the promise of freedom from the Dursleys. Finally, he nodded. Yes. If it means never going back, I'll tell them whatever they need to know. Good. She felt a surge of pride at his courage. I promise you, Harry, I will not let you down. Not again. Again. She sighed. I was there, the night Albus left you with those people. I observed them throughout the day and expressed my concerns about their suitability. But I deferred to his judgment, as I have too often done. I should have done more. To her surprise, Potter smiled faintly. You're doing something now, though. That's what matters, isn't it? Out of the mouths of babes, she thought. Indeed it is, Mr. Potter. Indeed it is. The next few weeks passed in a flurry of discreet activity. McGonagall reached out to her contacts at the Ministry, carefully feeling out potential allies without revealing her full intentions. Amelia Bones in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement seemed a likely supporter, known for her fairness and her distaste for political games. Arthur Weasley might also be sympathetic, given his obvious fondness for Harry. She arranged a meeting with Madame Bones under the guise of discussing security arrangements for the upcoming Triwizard Tournament, which Dumbledore had mentioned was being revived. They met at a quiet tea shop in Diagon Alley, far from the Ministry's prying eyes. Thank you for meeting me, Amelia, McGonagall said after they had exchanged pleasantries. What I'm about to discuss requires the utmost discretion. Bones raised an eyebrow. You've never been one for cloak and dagger, Minerva. What's this about? McGonagall cast a privacy charm around their table, then withdrew a sealed folder from her robes. Harry Potter's medical records, both magical and muggle. And documentation of administrative irregularities regarding his case. Bones's monocle nearly fell from her eye. Potter? What on earth? Evidence of sustained abuse and neglect by his muggle guardians, McGonagall said bluntly. And evidence that Albus Dumbledore was aware of it and took steps to ensure the boy remained in that environment, going so far as to forge documents and mislead Ministry investigations. The head of the DMLE stared at her for a long moment, then reached for the folder with a grim expression. These are serious allegations, Minerva. Against a boy's guardians, yes, but more significantly against Albus. The political ramifications alone. I'm well aware. But a child's welfare must take precedence over politics. McGonagall watched as Bones began reviewing the documents. I intend to bring this before the Wizengamot. Bones looked up sharply. You realize Albus chairs the Wizengamot? He could simply refuse to hear the case. Not if it's brought as an emergency child protection matter. Protocol requires the Chief Warlock to recuse himself if he has any direct involvement in the case. The most senior member present would preside instead. Tiberius Ogden, Bones mused. Fair-minded, not particularly aligned with any faction. But Minerva, even with these documents, you'd be facing an uphill battle. Albus has tremendous political capital. Many would hesitate to move against him, especially with rumors of you-know-who supporters becoming active again. McGonagall leaned forward. Which is precisely why we must act now, before Albus can leverage those fears to maintain control over Potter. The boy is not a weapon to be forged in the crucible of abuse, Amelia. He is a child who deserves protection. Bones continued reading, her expression growing increasingly troubled. When she reached the monitoring reports, she let out a soft curse. Bars on windows. A bedroom door locked from the outside. And he knew. He knew, McGonagall confirmed. And chose to leave the boy there, year after year, despite Poppy's reports and his own monitoring. For the blood wards, Bones murmured, reading Dumbledore's notation. Lily's sacrifice. So he claims. But there are other ways to provide magical protection. Ways that don't require a child to suffer. Bones closed the folder, her face set in determined lines. I'll need to verify these records independently. And I'll need to speak with the boy directly. Of course. I anticipated as much. McGonagall sipped her tea. The Easter holidays begin next week. Potter will be remaining at Hogwarts, as he always does. Perhaps a ministry educational tour could be arranged for select students. A transparent excuse, but workable. Bones tucked the folder into her own robes. If these records are authenticated, and if Potter corroborates the abuse, I'll support bringing the case to the Wizengamot. But Minerva. She hesitated. Be prepared for this to become very ugly, very quickly. I've been prepared since the moment I saw those medical records, McGonagall replied grimly. Some fights are worth having, regardless of the cost. The educational tour was arranged for the third day of the Easter break. 6 students had remained at Hogwarts from Potter's year, himself, Hermione Granger, and 4 Ravenclaws interested in ministry careers. McGonagall had quietly suggested to Miss Granger that the tour might be illuminating, ensuring Potter wouldn't be alone. Amelia Bones herself led the tour, accompanied by 2 junior Aurors, Nymphadora Tonks and Kingsley Shacklebolt, both of whom McGonagall knew to be discreet and honorable. And this is the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Bones was saying as McGonagall met them in the Ministry atrium. Where we investigate magical crimes and maintain wizarding security. Professor McGonagall has kindly agreed to accompany us for the remainder of the tour. The students murmured greetings. Potter looked nervous but determined, having been forewarned about the true purpose of this visit. We'll break for lunch in my office, Bones continued smoothly. I've arranged for sandwiches and pumpkin juice. The DMLE offices were bustling with activity, Aurors and hit wizards moving purposefully between desks laden with paperwork and magical instruments. Several nodded respectfully to Bones as she led the group through to her private office, a spacious room with a large desk and a conference table that could seat 8. Please, help yourselves, she said, gesturing to the spread on the table. Miss Tonks, perhaps you could share with our guests some insights about Auror training while Mr. Shacklebolt and I attend to a brief matter. Tonks launched enthusiastically into a description of the Auror qualification process, her hair cycling through several colors as she spoke. Meanwhile, Bones beckoned subtly to Potter. Mr. Potter, a word in the adjacent interview room, if you don't mind. Professor McGonagall will join us. Potter glanced at Granger, who gave him an encouraging nod, then followed Bones through a side door into a smaller room furnished with comfortable chairs and a low table. The walls glowed faintly with privacy wards. Please, sit down, Bones said, her tone gentler than it had been with the group. This isn't an interrogation, Mr. Potter. Just a conversation. Potter sank into one of the chairs, looking small despite his recent growth spurt. Professor McGonagall told me you needed to talk to me about the Dursleys, he said quietly. Yes. Bones took the seat across from him, while McGonagall sat beside Potter in a show of support. I've reviewed some records that Professor McGonagall provided, and I need to verify certain information with you directly. What kind of information? Potter asked warily. Information about how your relatives treated you. Bones kept her voice matter-of-fact, neither pitying nor accusatory. I understand this may be difficult to discuss, but it's important that we have a clear picture. Potter looked down at his hands. It's not that bad, really. Not compared to what other people go through. Why don't you let me be the judge of that? Bones suggested. Perhaps you could start by telling me about where you slept at the Dursleys' house. For the next hour, Potter spoke haltingly about his life at number 4, Privet Drive. The cupboard under the stairs that had been his bedroom until his Hogwarts letter arrived. The meager meals. The chores that began at age 5, cooking breakfast, weeding the garden, cleaning the house. The punishments for freakishness. The casual cruelty of his cousin, encouraged by his aunt and uncle. The complete absence of any affection or care. He spoke without self-pity, often minimizing the severity of his treatment, framing it as merely unfair rather than abusive. But the details painted an unmistakable picture of systematic neglect and emotional abuse, punctuated by occasional physical violence. "And did you ever tell anyone about this?" Bones asked. "A teacher, perhaps, or a neighbor." "Once," Potter admitted. "When I was 8. My primary school teacher noticed some bruises after Uncle Vernon." He swallowed. "After I burned the bacon and got punished. She called in a social worker, but nothing came of it. Uncle Vernon told them I was disturbed, made up stories for attention. And then the social worker suddenly decided everything was fine. The teacher was transferred to another school the next week." McGonagall and Bones exchanged a significant look. This aligned with the documentation they'd found, the welfare check request that had been mysteriously overridden. "And since coming to Hogwarts?" Bones prompted. "Have you told anyone there about your home situation?" Potter shrugged. "Ron and Hermione know some of it. They saw the bars on my window when they came to rescue me before second year. And I think Madame Pomfrey suspected something when she did my checkup in first year. She asked a lot of questions about old injuries." "Did the headmaster ever speak to you about your home life?" Bones asked carefully. "Not really. He knows I don't like it there. I asked if I could stay at Hogwarts during the summers after first year, but he said I had to go back to the Dursleys because of some blood protection from my mother." Potter looked up, a flash of anger in his eyes. "He said it was for my own safety. But it never felt very safe there." Bones nodded, making a note on a piece of parchment. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. You've been very helpful. Would you be willing to provide these same details to the Wizengamot, if necessary?" Potter glanced at McGonagall, who gave him an encouraging nod. "If it means I never have to go back there, yes. I believe that can be arranged," Bones said, her expression softening. "For now, you should rejoin your classmates. We'll continue the tour, and you needn't worry about any of this for the moment." After Potter left, escorted by Kingsley, Bones turned to McGonagall with a grim expression. "The records are accurate. The boy's testimony matches the documentation precisely, down to the timing of the failed Muggle intervention. Then you'll support bringing the case forward?" "Yes. It's clear the Dursleys are unfit guardians, and equally clear that Albus has been complicit in maintaining an abusive placement." Bones sighed heavily. "This won't be easy, Minerva. Albus has many supporters in the Wizengamot who will resist any attempt to undermine his authority or judgment. But he also has opponents who will seize any opportunity to discredit him," McGonagall countered. "Lucius Malfoy and his faction, for instance. Making common cause with Malfoy?" Bones raised an eyebrow. "That's a dangerous game. I'm not proposing an alliance with Malfoy or anyone else. Merely acknowledging the political reality." McGonagall's expression hardened. "This isn't about politics for me, Amelia. It's about a boy who has been failed by every adult tasked with protecting him, myself included. I intend to rectify that failure, whatever the cost." Bones studied her for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. I'll begin the process of convening an emergency session of the Wizengamot. As head of the DMLE, I can file a child welfare petition directly, bypassing the usual channels." She paused. "But Minerva, be prepared. Once this becomes public, the backlash will be severe. Not just from Albus's supporters, but from those who view Potter as a symbol. The boy who lived, revealed as a victim of abuse. The public reaction will be unpredictable at best." "Harry is stronger than most people realize," McGonagall said quietly. "He's survived worse than public opinion." "Let's hope so," Bones replied. "Because after this, nothing will be the same for him, or for any of us." The last person McGonagall needed to consult before proceeding was paradoxically, the one she had been avoiding, Severus Snape. As much as she distrusted the potion's master's attitude toward Potter, his position as a former Death Eater gave him unique insight into how Voldemort's remaining supporters might react to a public challenge of Dumbledore's authority. She found him in his dungeon office, bent over a steaming cauldron. He looked up with barely concealed irritation as she entered. "Minerva. To what do I owe this interruption?" "A matter of some delicacy, Severus." She closed the door behind her, casting privacy charms. "Concerning Harry Potter." His lip curled in familiar contempt. "What has the boy done now? Strutted into some new danger in search of glory?" "Your persistent mischaracterization of Potter grows tiresome," she said sharply. "Particularly in light of certain information that has recently come to my attention." She placed a slim folder on his desk, not the full medical records, but selected excerpts detailing the physical evidence of abuse, with Potter's name temporarily obscured by a charm. "What is this?" he demanded. "Read it," she instructed. "Tell me your professional assessment of this child's home environment." Snape scowled but opened the folder. His expression remained impassive as he read, but she noted the subtle tightening of his fingers on the parchment. When he finished, he looked up with cold eyes. "A clear case of chronic abuse and neglect. The pattern of injuries suggests systematic maltreatment rather than isolated incidents." His voice was clinical, detached. "I assume this unfortunate child is one of my Slytherins. Wilkins, perhaps, or the younger Miss Bulstrode." "No, Severus." She waved her wand, revealing Potter's name on the documents. "It is Harry Potter." For a brief moment, genuine shock registered on Snape's face before his usual mask slipped back into place. "Potter? Impossible. The boy is pampered, indulged, by whom, exactly?" she interrupted. "His aunt and uncle, who made him sleep in a cupboard for 10 years. The same aunt who was known to despise her sister, Lily, for being a witch. Or perhaps you think Albus has been indulging him by sending him back to that house year after year, despite knowing of this abuse." Snape stared at the documents again, his expression unreadable. "These records appear genuine," he admitted finally. "But why bring this to me?" "Surely Albus is complicit," she said bluntly. "He has known about Potter's treatment since the beginning and has chosen to leave him there, citing the blood protection as justification. I intend to challenge this decision before the Wizengamot." Snape went very still. "You would publicly oppose Albus? Now, when the Dark Lord's servants grow restless again?" "The timing is problematic. The timing is precisely why this must be addressed now. If Voldemort's return is truly imminent, all the more reason to ensure Potter is properly protected and supported, not traumatized and isolated." Snape flinched at the Dark Lord's name but didn't correct her. "And what do you want from me, Minerva?" "My blessing. My participation in this ill-conceived crusade." "Information," she replied simply. "How will Lucius Malfoy and his ilk respond to this? Will they see it as an opportunity to undermine Albus, or a threat to their own plans regarding Potter? I need to anticipate the political maneuvering." Snape considered this, tapping one long finger against the desk. "Lucius will certainly attempt to capitalize on any challenge to Dumbledore's authority. He may even support removing Potter from his current guardians, if only to destabilize Dumbledore's position." His eyes narrowed. "But make no mistake, his ultimate goal remains serving the Dark Lord's interests. If he sees an opportunity to gain influence over Potter's placement, he will take it." "I'm aware of the risk," she acknowledged. "But I believe it can be managed. My goal is to secure Potter a suitable wizarding guardian, someone who can protect him both from the Dursleys' abuse and from those who would use him as a pawn." "And who might this paragon be?" Snape asked sardonically. "Yourself? The werewolf Lupin? The escaped convict Black?" She met his gaze steadily. "The options will be considered by the Wizengamot. But yes, any of those would be preferable to his current situation." She paused. There is one more thing, Severus. Your testimony regarding these records could be valuable. As a professor with expertise in detecting signs of abuse in your Slytherins. You ask too much, he said flatly. My position is already precarious enough without publicly opposing Albus. I'm not asking you to oppose Albus, she clarified. Merely to confirm, if asked, that these medical findings are consistent with abuse. Surely you, of all people, understand the importance of protecting a child from such treatment. Something flickered in his black eyes, a shadow of old pain quickly suppressed. I will consider it, he said finally. But I make no promises, Minerva. My primary obligation remains protecting the school and its students from the Dark Lord's return, an obligation that may require Dumbledore's continued authority, regardless of his misjudgments regarding Potter. Fair enough. She gathered the documents. But remember, Severus, he is Lily's son. Would she thank you for leaving him in an abusive home, even for the greater good? It was a low blow, and she knew it. But as she left his office, she saw the conflict in his face and knew her words had found their mark. Whether it would be enough to secure his support remained to be seen. The day of the emergency Wizengamot session dawned bright and clear. McGonagall had spent the previous night preparing her presentation, rehearsing her arguments, and attempting to anticipate counterarguments. She had slept little, but felt clear-headed and resolute as she dressed in her most formal robes. Potter waited for her in her office, looking painfully young in his school uniform, which she had insisted he wear rather than casual clothes. It projects an image of you as a student, a child in Hogwarts care, she had explained. Beside him sat Hermione Granger, who had refused to let him face this alone. Remember, McGonagall instructed gently, you need only answer the questions you are asked. Tell the truth, without embellishment or minimization. Miss Granger will wait in the antechamber, and I will be present throughout the proceedings. Potter nodded, his face pale but determined. What about Professor Dumbledore? Will he be there? As the subject of some of the allegations, he will not preside over the session, but yes, he will be present to respond to the evidence. She hesitated. He may attempt to justify his decisions regarding your placement. You must be prepared for that. I know, Potter said quietly. He'll talk about the blood protection and my mother's sacrifice. About keeping me safe from Voldemort. Yes. But safety from external threats does not justify exposing you to harm within your own home. She straightened his tie, a motherly gesture that seemed to steady him. Are you ready, Harry? He took a deep breath. Yes, Professor. Together they used the Floo connection to travel directly to the Ministry's administrative level, where Amelia Bones waited to escort them to the Wizengamot chambers. The corridors were unusually empty, Bones having arranged for a discreet arrival before most Ministry employees reported for work. The session is classified as a closed emergency hearing, Bones explained as they walked. Only voting members of the Wizengamot will be present, along with necessary witnesses and representatives. No press, no spectators. Small mercies, McGonagall murmured. They reached the antechamber where witnesses waited to be called. Granger settled into a chair with a book she had brought, while Potter stood nervously by the door that would lead into the main chamber. I'll call for you when it's time for your testimony, Bones told him. Until then, try to relax if you can. Potter nodded, though relaxation seemed impossible under the circumstances. McGonagall squeezed his shoulder reassuringly before following Bones into the chamber. The Wizengamot in session was an impressive sight. 50 wizards and witches in plum-colored robes sat in tiered seats forming a semicircle around a central floor. At the center of the highest tier was a more ornate chair, currently occupied not by Dumbledore but by Tiberius Ogden, a white-haired wizard with a reputation for fairness. McGonagall took her seat in the witness area, surveying the chamber. Dumbledore was present, seated to one side rather than in his usual position of authority. His expression was grave but composed, betraying no surprise at the proceedings. Had he known this was coming? Had one of her confidants warned him? Lucius Malfoy sat among the more conservative faction, his pale eyes calculating as they swept over the assembly. Augusta Longbottom represented the old progressive families, her stuffed vulture hat visible even from a distance. The balance of power between the factions seemed relatively even, with a significant block of independents like Ogden himself who might vote either way depending on the evidence. "Order," called Ogden, rapping his gavel. This emergency session of the Wizengamot is now convened to consider petition CW 0472-HP, regarding the guardianship of a magical minor. Madam Bones, as the filing party, you may present your case. Bones rose, her monocle catching the light. Esteemed members of the Wizengamot, I bring before you today a matter of grave concern regarding the welfare of a magical child placed with Muggle guardians. The child in question is Harry James Potter. A murmur rippled through the chamber at the name. Evidence has come to light indicating Mr. Potter has suffered systematic neglect and abuse at the hands of his Muggle relatives, with whom he was placed following the death of his parents. More disturbing, evidence suggests that certain magical authorities were aware of this mistreatment and failed to intervene, instead actively working to maintain his placement in an abusive environment. The murmur grew louder. Ogden rapped his gavel again. Proceed with the evidence, Madam Bones. I call as my first witness Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and Head of Gryffindor House. McGonagall rose and moved to the witness chair at the center of the floor. After being sworn in, she began her testimony, describing her initial observations of the Dursleys on the night Harry was left with them, her subsequent concerns about his appearance and behavior at Hogwarts, and her recent discovery of his medical records. And what did these records reveal? Bones asked. Evidence of chronic malnourishment, untreated injuries, and physical discipline consistent with abuse, McGonagall replied steadily. Madame Pomfrey documented these findings in Mr. Potter's first year and filed the appropriate reports with both the Headmaster, as Mr. Potter's magical guardian, and the Department of Magical Child Welfare. Yet no action was taken. None that resulted in removing Mr. Potter from the abusive environment. He was returned to the Dursley home each summer despite these concerns. Bones nodded and turned to address the Wizengamot. I now present the medical records in question, which have been authenticated by St. Mungo's chief healer as genuine. With a wave of her wand, copies of the key documents appeared before each member. Please take a moment to review them. The chamber fell silent as the Wizengamot members read. McGonagall watched their faces, noting the shock, horror, and in some cases, calculation that passed over them. Dumbledore remained impassive, though she thought she detected a flicker of sadness in his eyes. Professor McGonagall, Bones continued after sufficient time had passed, in your review of these records, did you discover any evidence regarding Headmaster Dumbledore's awareness of Mr. Potter's situation? Yes, McGonagall replied firmly. The records include acknowledgements of Madame Pomfrey's report signed by Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as both Headmaster and Mr. Potter's magical guardian. They also contain monitoring reports from the Dursley residence, annotated in the Headmaster's handwriting, documenting incidents such as accidental magic, the installation of bars on Mr. Potter's bedroom window, and his rescue by the Weasley family prior to his second year. She then described the forged signatures she had discovered and the altered ministry forms that had delayed proper investigation. As she spoke, she saw several members of the Wizengamot turn to look at Dumbledore, their expressions troubled or accusatory. Thank you, Professor, Bones said when she had finished. I have no further questions for this witness at this time. Ogden looked around the chamber. Does any member wish to question this witness? Lucius Malfoy rose smoothly to his feet. I do, Chief Warlock. Proceed, Mr. Malfoy. Malfoy approached the witness area, his expression one of grave concern that McGonagall knew was entirely feigned. Professor McGonagall, these allegations are most disturbing. If true, they suggest a catastrophic failure of oversight regarding our community's most famous child. He paused for effect. What I find curious, however, is the timing of your discovery. Mr. Potter has been under Hogwarts care for nearly 3 years. Why only now bring these concerns forward? It was a calculated attack, attempting to undermine her credibility by suggesting negligence on her part. McGonagall had anticipated it. The full extent of the abuse was concealed through deliberate administrative maneuvering, she replied calmly. Madame Pomfrey's reports were properly filed but not properly acted upon. The monitoring records were not accessible to me until recently. And Mr. Potter himself, like many abuse victims, was reluctant to discuss his treatment, having been conditioned to believe it was normal or deserved. Malfoy raised an eyebrow. Yet as his head of house, surely you observed signs of this alleged mistreatment. His physical condition, perhaps, or behavioral indicators. I observed concerning patterns, yes, which I raised with the headmaster on multiple occasions. I was assured the situation was being monitored and that Mr. Potter's placement with blood relatives was necessary for his magical protection. She met Malfoy's gaze unflinchingly. I accept my share of responsibility for not investigating further, sooner. It is precisely that failure I am attempting to rectify now. Malfoy seemed momentarily taken aback by her frankness, having clearly expected defensiveness. He recovered quickly. And these forged signatures you claim to have discovered, have they been verified by a magical forensic expert? Or are we simply taking your word that they are not genuine? The documents are available for expert examination, she replied. However, I would note that some of the signatures in question are on Muggle documents, specifically, a school district form overriding a welfare check request. I find it curious that the headmaster's signature would appear on a Muggle administrative document at all, genuine or otherwise. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the chamber. Malfoy, recognizing he was making little headway, switched tactics. One final question, Professor. What alternative guardian would you propose for Mr. Potter, should the Wizengamot determine his current placement is indeed unsuitable? Yourself, perhaps. My concern is removing Mr. Potter from a demonstrably abusive environment, she answered. The Wizengamot has the authority to appoint a suitable guardian from qualified candidates. I would support any placement that prioritizes Mr. Potter's safety and well-being, without ulterior political motives. The implied criticism was not lost on Malfoy, who inclined his head with a cold smile. No further questions. Several other members posed questions, most seeking clarification on specific points of evidence rather than attempting to challenge her testimony. Finally, Ogden turned to Dumbledore. Albus, as you are named in these allegations, you have the right to question the witness. Dumbledore rose slowly, his face somber. Thank you, Tiberius, but I have no questions for Professor McGonagall. I do, however, request the opportunity to address the Wizengamot regarding this matter at the appropriate time. That will be granted, Ogden assured him. For now, Madam Bones, please call your next witness. Bones stood. I call Mr. Harry Potter. The chamber door opened, and Potter entered, looking small and vulnerable in his school robes. A hush fell over the Wizengamot as he walked to the witness chair, his footsteps echoing in the silence. McGonagall caught his eye as she returned to her seat, trying to convey encouragement. After being sworn in, Potter sat rigidly in the witness chair, his hands gripping the armrests. Mr. Potter, Bones began gently, thank you for your willingness to testify today. Could you please tell the Wizengamot about your living arrangements at the home of Vernon and Petunia Dursley? Potter cleared his throat nervously. Until I was 11, I slept in the cupboard under the stairs. After my Hogwarts letter came, they moved me to my cousin Dudley's second bedroom. Second bedroom? Bones repeated. Your cousin had 2 bedrooms while you slept in a cupboard? Yes. One for sleeping and one for his broken toys. Potter's voice was quiet but clear. And what were your daily responsibilities in the Dursley household? For the next 20 minutes, Potter described his life at Privet Drive in simple, factual terms. The cooking and cleaning he was required to do from a young age. The punishments for freakishness, being locked in his cupboard for days, meals withheld, occasional physical discipline. The contrast between his treatment and his cousins. The lies told to neighbors and teachers about his character and behavior. Throughout his testimony, the chamber remained deathly quiet. McGonagall watched the faces of the Wizengamot members, noting the shock and dismay on many. Even Lucius Malfoy seemed genuinely disturbed, though whether from genuine concern or calculation was impossible to determine. Most telling was Dumbledore's reaction. The old wizard's face had grown increasingly pained as Potter spoke, his eyes losing their characteristic twinkle, his shoulders seeming to bear a greater weight with each revelation. "Mr. Potter," Bones said when he had finished describing his home life, "did you ever tell Headmaster Dumbledore about how the Dursleys treated you?" Potter hesitated. "Not in detail. But after my first year at Hogwarts, I asked if I could stay at Hogwarts during the summer instead of going back to the Dursleys. He said no, that I had to return to my aunt's house because of the blood protection my mother left." "Did he ask why you didn't want to return?" "Not really. I think he already knew they didn't like me much. He told me it was only for a short time each year, and that it was important for my safety." "And after your second year, when you had been rescued by the Weasleys who had found bars on your window, did you speak with the headmaster about that incident?" Potter shook his head. "No. I wasn't sent to his office or anything. I went back to the Dursleys at the end of the year, same as before." Bones nodded, her expression grave. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. I have no further questions." Ogden looked around the chamber. "Does any member wish to question this witness?" Augusta Longbottom rose, her face stern beneath her vulture-topped hat. "I do, Chief Warlock." She approached Potter, her expression softening slightly. "Mr. Potter, my grandson Neville speaks highly of you. He says you're brave and kind, despite the challenges you faced." She paused. "What I wish to know is this: if the Wizengamot were to remove you from the Dursley household, do you have any preference regarding alternative guardianship?" Potter looked startled by the question. I hadn't really thought about it. The Weasleys have been kind to me, but they already have 7 children. My godfather, Sirius Black, He trailed off, clearly unsure how to address the matter of his fugitive godfather. "We are aware of Mr. Black's status," Longbottom said gently. "Are there other adults in your life whom you trust? Professor McGonagall, perhaps, or another teacher?" "Professor McGonagall has been really good to me," Potter said, with a grateful glance in her direction. "Professor Lupin, too, before he resigned. And—" He hesitated, then added with surprising firmness, "I know everyone thinks Sirius Black betrayed my parents and tried to kill me, but he's innocent. He was framed by Peter Pettigrew. If I could live with anyone, it would be him." A ripple of shock passed through the chamber at this declaration. Madame Longbottom raised her eyebrows but did not comment on it directly. "Thank you for your honesty, Mr. Potter. No further questions." Several other members asked brief, clarifying questions, most treating Potter with unexpected gentleness. Finally, Ogden turned to Dumbledore. "Albus, do you wish to question this witness?" Dumbledore rose slowly, his eyes meeting Potter's across the chamber. "Just one question, if I may." He approached the witness chair, his expression sorrowful. "Harry, I must ask you this directly. Do you believe that I knowingly left you in a harmful situation? That I was aware of the full extent of your relatives' treatment of you?" Potter looked uncomfortable, caught between his instinctive respect for authority and the truth as he understood it. I think you knew they didn't treat me well," he said finally. "Maybe not every detail, but you knew they didn't want me, didn't care about me. You knew about the bars on my window after the Weasleys rescued me. And you sent me back anyway." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, a flash of pain crossing his features. "Thank you for your honesty, Harry. No further questions." After Potter was excused, returning to the antechamber where Granger waited anxiously, Bones called Madame Pomfrey to testify about the medical evidence, followed by a ministry investigator who confirmed the irregularities in the handling of Potter's case files. Finally, it was Dumbledore's turn to address the Wizengamot. He moved to the center of the floor, standing tall despite the weight of accusation that hung over him. "Esteemed colleagues," he began, his voice grave, "I will not insult this body by denying the evidence presented today. The records are genuine. Harry Potter's treatment at the hands of his relatives was indeed unacceptable, and I was aware of at least some aspects of that mistreatment." He paused, surveying the chamber. "What I wish to explain is why I nevertheless believed, and still believe, that his placement with the Dursleys was necessary." He proceeded to explain the blood protection created by Lily Potter's sacrifice, the powerful magic that prevented Voldemort or his servants from touching Harry as long as he could call home the place where his mother's blood dwelled. In the aftermath of the First Wizarding War, with Death Eaters still at large and seeking vengeance, this protection was invaluable, Dumbledore continued. It remains so today, particularly in light of recent events suggesting Voldemort's potential return. Flinches and gasps rippled through the chamber at the name, but Dumbledore continued undeterred. "I made a calculation, one I believed was necessary for the greater good, for Harry's ultimate protection. I weighed the known harm of his unhappy home life against the potential catastrophic harm of leaving him vulnerable to those who would seek to destroy him." His voice softened. "It was never a decision I made lightly or without regret." McGonagall felt a surge of anger at his words. Greater good. The same justification he had offered in his note to Pomfrey. As if a child's suffering could ever be justified by some nebulous future benefit. "As for the administrative irregularities," Dumbledore continued, "I acknowledge that I took steps to ensure Harry remained with the Dursleys despite concerns raised by Hogwarts staff and, on one occasion, Muggle authorities. I believed these actions were necessary to maintain the blood protection. If that constitutes misconduct, I accept full responsibility." He turned to face the highest tier of Wizengamot seats directly. "I ask only that you consider the context of these decisions. They were made not out of callousness toward Harry's welfare, but out of grave concern for the greater threats that faced him, threats that I believe remain present and growing." The chamber was silent as Dumbledore returned to his seat. McGonagall could see the conflict on many faces, respect for Dumbledore's wisdom and leadership warring with the disturbing evidence of his failure to protect a child in his care. Ogden cleared his throat. "Madam Bones, do you have any response to Headmaster Dumbledore's statement?" Bones rose. "Only this, the blood protection Headmaster Dumbledore describes is indeed powerful magic. However, our magical law enforcement experts inform me that such protection does not necessarily require year-round residence. According to their analysis, the protection could be maintained with as little as 2 weeks residence per year, followed by appropriate warding of an alternative residence." This revelation caused a stir in the chamber. McGonagall saw Dumbledore frown slightly, though he did not contradict Bones's statement. Furthermore, Bones continued, "Even if we accept that some contact with his mother's blood was necessary for Mr. Potter's protection, that does not explain or justify allowing active abuse to continue. Appropriate monitoring and intervention could have ensured both his magical protection and his basic welfare." Ogden nodded gravely. "Thank you, Madam Bones. The Wizengamot will now deliberate on this matter. All witnesses and interested parties will please wait in the antechamber." McGonagall joined Potter and Granger in the waiting room, where Pomfrey was already sitting with them. The boy looked drained but resolute. "You did very well in there, Potter," McGonagall told him quietly. "Your testimony was clear and honest." "Do you think it will make a difference?" he asked. "I believe it will," she said. "The evidence is compelling, and many members seem genuinely disturbed by what they heard." The wait stretched for nearly 2 hours. Potter and Granger passed the time with a quiet game of chess borrowed from one of the ministry staff, while McGonagall reviewed her notes and prepared for possible outcomes. Dumbledore sat alone in a corner, making no attempt to approach any of them. The tension between them was palpable. Finally, a court official appeared to summon them back into the chamber. The Wizengamot members had returned to their seats, their faces solemn. The Wizengamot has reached a decision in the matter of petition CW 0472 HP, Ogden announced. By a vote of 37 to 13, we find that Harry James Potter's current placement with Vernon and Petunia Dursley constitutes an unsuitable and harmful environment, and hereby terminate their guardianship, both Muggle and magical. A small sound escaped Potter, something between a gasp and a sob quickly suppressed. McGonagall placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. Furthermore, Ogden continued, we find that Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, in his capacity as Mr. Potter's magical guardian, failed in his duty of care by knowingly maintaining this unsuitable placement and by interfering with proper investigative procedures. By a vote of 28 to 22, the Wizengamot hereby removes Headmaster Dumbledore as Mr. Potter's magical guardian. Dumbledore bowed his head, accepting the verdict without visible protest. The matter of appointing a new guardian for Mr. Potter will be determined in a separate hearing, to be scheduled within the next 30 days. Until such time, temporary guardianship is assigned to Madame Amelia Bones in her capacity as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Ogden looked directly at Potter. Mr. Potter, you will not be required to return to the Dursley residence. Arrangements will be made for your summer accommodation, with your input considered. As for the matter of administrative misconduct, Ogden continued, turning to Dumbledore, the Wizengamot has voted to refer this for further investigation by an independent committee. Pending the results of that investigation, Headmaster Dumbledore will remain in his positions as Headmaster of Hogwarts and Chief Warlock, but will recuse himself from any matters involving Mr. Potter's welfare or guardianship. He rapped his gavel. This emergency session of the Wizengamot is now concluded. As the members began to rise and gather their things, McGonagall turned to Potter, whose eyes were suspiciously bright behind his glasses. It's over, she told him quietly. You never have to go back there again. Thank you, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you for believing me. For doing something about it. I only wish I had done so sooner, she replied, squeezing his shoulder. Come, let's get you and Miss Granger back to Hogwarts. There will be much to discuss in the coming days, but for now, I think you've earned some rest. As they made their way toward the exit, Dumbledore approached, his expression grave. Potter stiffened beside her. Harry, the headmaster said softly, I wish to apologize. Not for the decision to place you with your aunt, that protection remains vital, but for failing to ensure you were properly treated there. I truly believed I was acting in your best interests. Potter regarded him warily. Why didn't you ever ask me about what it was like there? Or check on me yourself? A fair question, Dumbledore acknowledged. Perhaps I feared what I would find, that I would be forced to choose between your immediate welfare and the protection I believed essential for your survival. It was easier not to know the full extent. He sighed. It was, I see now, a grave error in judgment. McGonagall intervened before Potter was required to respond. I believe Mr. Potter has been through quite enough for one day, Albus. Any further discussions can wait until he has had time to process today's events. Dumbledore nodded, stepping aside to let them pass. Of course, Minerva. I simply wished to express my regret. His eyes, when they met hers, held a profound sadness. To both of you. As they left the ministry, Potter walking between her and Granger, McGonagall felt the weight of the past week's investigations lift partially from her shoulders. The road ahead would not be easy. Questions remained about Potter's future guardianship, about how the wizarding world would react to these revelations, about the implications for the coming conflict with Voldemort. But one thing was certain, Harry Potter would never again be forced to endure abuse for the sake of someone else's concept of the greater good. And that, for now, was enough. Chapter 2, The Reckoning. The silence in the Great Hall lasted precisely 3 seconds after the morning edition of the Daily Prophet arrived. Then, like a dam breaking, the whispers began, starting at the Slytherin table where Draco Malfoy's eyebrows had shot up into his hairline as he read the headline, spreading rapidly across the room until the hall buzzed with the sound of hundreds of students passing papers and pointing at Harry. Potter abuse scandal, Wizengamot strips Dumbledore of guardianship. Below the glaring headline was a photograph of Harry entering the ministry, McGonagall's hand protectively on his shoulder. The image cycled through Harry looking nervous, McGonagall looking determined, and the great doors of the ministry closing behind them. Harry, who had been picking at his breakfast with Ron and Hermione on either side, hadn't yet seen the paper. The sudden shift in the room's atmosphere made him look up, eyes widening as he took in the stares directed his way. "What's going on?" he asked. Hermione, who had been scanning the newspaper Neville had passed her, grimaced. "They've reported on the Wizengamot hearing. Someone leaked it." "Let me see," Harry said, reaching for the paper. Hermione hesitated. "Harry, it's rather detailed." But Harry had already taken the paper from her hands, spreading it on the table between them. Ron leaned in to read over his shoulder, his freckles standing out against suddenly pale skin. In a shocking development that has rocked the foundations of Wizarding Britain's child welfare system, an emergency session of the Wizengamot ruled yesterday to remove Harry Potter from the custody of his Muggle relatives, describing their household as an unsuitable and harmful environment. More shocking still, the Wizengamot stripped Albus Dumbledore of his role as Potter's magical guardian, citing a failure in his duty of care for knowingly leaving the boy who lived in an abusive home. According to evidence presented by Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, Potter was subjected to systematic neglect and occasional physical abuse from the age of 15 months, when he was left on his relative's doorstep following the murder of his parents by he who must not be named. "The medical evidence is undeniable," said a source close to the proceedings, who spoke on condition of anonymity. "Malnutrition, untreated injuries, living in a cupboard under the stairs until his Hogwarts letter arrived. It's unconscionable that our society's most celebrated child was treated worse than a house elf." Even more disturbing are allegations that Dumbledore was aware of Potter's treatment and actively intervened to ensure he remained in this environment, citing mysterious, blood protections that required the boy to live with his mother's relatives. Medical reports documenting Potter's condition were allegedly filed but not acted upon, and ministry welfare checks were circumvented through administrative manipulation. Potter himself testified before the Wizengamot, describing a childhood marked by deprivation, excessive chores, and punishment for accidental magic, referred to as freakishness by his magic-hating relatives. Harry stopped reading, his hands shaking slightly. The article continued, quoting anonymous Wizengamot members describing his testimony, speculating about his future placement, and questioning Dumbledore's judgment. There was even a sidebar titled "Signs We Missed," Potter's cry for help, that reinterpreted his previous adventures at Hogwarts as desperate attempts to escape his home situation. "Harry?" Hermione's voice was gentle, concerned. "Are you all right?" He carefully folded the paper and set it down, avoiding the eyes he could feel on him from every direction. "I'm fine," he said automatically, then caught himself. "No, actually, I'm not. But I will be." Ron's face had flushed from pale to angry red as he read. "Bloody hell, mate. I knew it was bad, but seeing it all laid out like that." He glanced around at the staring students. "What are you all gawking at?" he demanded loudly. "Mind your own business." A few students hastily looked away, but most continued to steal glances at Harry, their expressions ranging from curiosity to pity to calculation. At the staff table, the atmosphere was equally tense. McGonagall sat rigidly in her chair, her own copy of the Prophet open before her. Dumbledore's seat was conspicuously empty, the first time in anyone's memory that the headmaster had missed breakfast without prior announcement. Snape was staring at the newspaper with an unreadable expression, while Flitwick and Sprout were engaged in urgent, whispered conversation. Harry was about to suggest they leave when the doors to the great hall swung open. Albus Dumbledore strode in, resplendent in midnight blue robes embroidered with silver stars, as if it were any normal day. The hall fell silent once more as he made his way to the staff table, nodding pleasantly to students as he passed. "Good morning," he said to the room at large, as if unaware of the tension. I trust you're all enjoying this fine spring day. A reminder that third years have until Friday to submit their elective choices for next year. He sat down and helped himself to porridge as if nothing were amiss. The casual normality of it was so jarring that students began whispering again, more intensely than before. Harry couldn't bear it. I need to get out of here, he muttered, standing abruptly. Ron and Hermione rose with him, flanking him like bodyguards as they made for the exit. As they reached the doors, Harry felt a gentle touch on his mind, not intrusive, just a brush of awareness. He glanced back to find Dumbledore watching him, blue eyes somber despite the serene smile on his face. Harry turned away without acknowledging him and pushed through the doors. He's acting like nothing happened, Harry fumed as they walked toward the lake, seeking privacy from the curious stares that followed them through the corridors. Like he didn't leave me with people who, he broke off, unable to finish. It's damage control, Hermione said quietly. He's trying to project normalcy, to suggest that the Wizengamot's ruling hasn't affected his authority at Hogwarts. Well, it bloody well should affect his authority. Ron burst out. If McGonagall had left one of us with people who treated us like that, she'd have been sacked on the spot. Dumbledore isn't an ordinary headmaster, though, is he? Hermione pointed out. He's got all these other roles, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump. He's politically untouchable, or he was until now. She glanced at Harry. And you're not an ordinary student either. You're Harry Potter. The combination makes this complicated. I never wanted to be Harry Potter, Harry said bitterly. I just wanted to be normal. To have a family that actually wanted me. They reached the edge of the lake and found a secluded spot beneath a willow tree. Harry picked up a stone and skipped it across the water, watching it bounce 4 times before sinking. What happens now? He asked. The paper said there'll be another hearing about guardianship. Hermione nodded. In the meantime, Madam Bones is your temporary guardian. You'll stay at Hogwarts until term ends, and then, well, I suppose arrangements will be made. I'll ask Mom and Dad if you can stay with us, Ron offered immediately. They'd say yes in a heartbeat, you know they would. Thanks, Harry said, managing a small smile. But your house is already full, and I don't want to be a burden. You're never a burden, Ron insisted, looking unusually fierce. Your family, Harry. Before Harry could respond, a silvery cat bounded toward them, stopping at their feet. It spoke in McGonagall's voice, Mr. Potter, please come to my office immediately. You may bring Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger if you wish. The Patronus dissolved into mist, leaving the 3 friends looking at each other in concern. What do you think she wants? Harry asked. Only one way to find out, Ron replied, already turning back toward the castle. They made the journey in tense silence, Harry bracing himself for whatever new development might await. When they reached McGonagall's office, they found not just the professor but also Madam Bones, looking grave in formal ministry robes. Ah, good, you've brought your friends, McGonagall said, gesturing them to seats. That's probably for the best. What I'm about to tell you will be difficult, and their support may be helpful. Harry felt a chill of apprehension. What's happened? Is it serious? Has he been caught? No, nothing like that, Bones assured him quickly. Mr. Black remains at large. This concerns your current situation. She gestured to that morning's prophet, which lay open on McGonagall's desk. As you've seen, the details of the hearing have become public, despite our efforts to maintain confidentiality. We believe someone on the Wizengamot leaked the information, though we haven't identified the culprit yet. Lucius Malfoy would be my guess, McGonagall said darkly. He stands to gain the most from publicly embarrassing Albus. Regardless of the source, Bones continued, the fact is that your private affairs are now very public, Mr. Potter. The ministry has been flooded with owls, from concerned citizens, from families offering to take you in, from journalists seeking interviews, and even from various foreign ministries expressing concern about your welfare. Harry groaned, sinking lower in his chair. Great. More people treating me like some sort of celebrity tragedy. I understand your frustration, Bones said, her tone softening. But there's a more immediate concern. We've received credible intelligence that certain parties may attempt to influence, or even interfere with, the guardianship proceedings. What kind of interference? Hermione asked sharply. Everything from legal maneuvering to... Bones hesitated, exchanging a glance with McGonagall. To potential attempts to remove Mr. Potter from wizarding jurisdiction entirely. You mean kidnap him, Ron translated bluntly. We have no specific threat, Bones clarified quickly. But given Mr. Potter's status and the current political climate, we're taking precautions. Which brings me to why I'm here. She turned to Harry directly. The guardianship hearing has been moved up. It will take place tomorrow morning. Tomorrow? Harry repeated, stunned. But I thought it was supposed to be within 30 days. It was, McGonagall confirmed. But circumstances have changed. The leak to the press has created security concerns, and Madame Bones believes, correctly, in my view, that resolving your guardianship quickly is in your best interests. In addition, Bones added, we've received new information that may be relevant to your case. Information about your godfather, Sirius Black. Harry sat up straight. What about Sirius? That will be addressed at the hearing, Bones said, her expression carefully neutral. For now, I need you to prepare yourself, Mr. Potter. Tomorrow, the Wizengamot will determine your future guardian. You will be asked for your preferences, though the final decision rests with the Wizengamot itself. And Dumbledore? Harry asked. Will he be there? Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall corrected gently, will attend in his capacity as Chief Warlock, though he will recuse himself from voting on your case. He will not participate in the presentation of evidence or questioning. Harry nodded, processing this. So what do I need to do to prepare? Consider who you would like to have as your guardian, Bones advised. Understand that there are legal requirements. The guardian must be an adult wizard or witch in good standing, capable of providing adequate care and protection. Given your unique status, they should also be someone capable of withstanding potential political pressure or even physical threats. That doesn't leave many options, Harry said glumly. More than you might think, McGonagall countered. Several families have already put themselves forward, including the Weasleys, despite their limited resources. Ron beamed at this confirmation of his family's loyalty. The Tonks family has also offered, McGonagall continued. Andromeda Tonks was born a Black, making her a distant relation of yours. She and her husband Ted are well respected in the magical community. And Sirius? Harry pressed. If there's new information about him, could he be considered? Bones and McGonagall exchanged another look. That will depend on what transpires at tomorrow's hearing, Bones said carefully. For tonight, you will remain at Hogwarts, but with additional security measures. Aurors have been stationed at all entrances to the castle and grounds. Is that really necessary? Hermione asked, looking alarmed. It's a precaution, Bones assured her. Now, I must return to the ministry to continue preparations. Professor McGonagall will provide you with the details for tomorrow morning. She stood, nodding to each of them. Try not to worry unduly, Mr. Potter. Despite the upheaval, I believe we're moving toward a resolution that will significantly improve your situation. After she had gone, McGonagall sighed deeply, suddenly looking tired. I apologize for all of this, Potter. When I brought those records to the Wizengamot, I never intended for your personal affairs to become public fodder. It's not your fault, Harry said. You were trying to help. And you did. I don't have to go back to the Dursleys. That's worth whatever else happens. McGonagall's expression softened. You've shown remarkable resilience through all of this. Your parents would be proud. She straightened, becoming businesslike again. Now, as for tomorrow, you'll travel to the ministry by secure flu connection from my office at 8 o'clock. The hearing is scheduled for 9. Dress robes would be appropriate, if you have them. Harry nodded, though privately he wondered if his school uniform would have to suffice. The dress robes he'd purchased for the upcoming school year were still in his trunk, unworn. One more thing, McGonagall added as they stood to leave. Professor Dumbledore has requested to speak with you before tomorrow's hearing. Harry stiffened. And if I don't want to speak with him? That is your prerogative, she assured him. I told him I would convey the request, nothing more. He will be in his office this evening should you choose to hear what he has to say. I'll think about it, Harry said, though he had little desire to face Dumbledore now. As they left McGonagall's office, Ron clapped a hand on his shoulder. Whatever you decide about Dumbledore, we're with you, mate. Every step of the way. Hermione nodded firmly. And tomorrow, we'll be right outside the chamber, waiting for you. Whatever happens, you're not alone in this. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. I know, he said softly. Thank you. The news of Harry's impending guardianship hearing spread through the school with unnatural speed. By afternoon, everyone seemed to know that Harry would be leaving Hogwarts the next morning, accompanied by Aurors. Rumors about his future guardianship ranged from the plausible, adoption by the Weasleys, to the absurd, ministry plans to clone him into an army of boy who lives. Unable to bear the stares and whispers that followed him everywhere, Harry retreated to the empty Quidditch pitch after classes, taking his firebolt for a solitary flight. The sensation of wind rushing past, the freedom of soaring high above the ground, provided temporary relief from the chaos below. He was practicing diving maneuvers when he spotted a figure in the stands, tall, with a long white beard that caught the late afternoon sunlight. Harry hesitated mid-air, considering simply flying in the opposite direction. But something compelled him to steer his broom toward the stands, touching down a few yards from where Dumbledore sat. A magnificent broom, the headmaster commented mildly, as if they were meeting by chance. Sirius chose well. Harry remained standing, broom in hand, ready for a quick departure if needed. Did you come to watch me fly, Professor? In part, Dumbledore admitted. I've always enjoyed seeing a natural talent express itself. You fly like your father did, with joy and instinct, rather than mere technique. He gestured to the bench beside him. Would you care to sit for a moment? I understand if you prefer not to. After a brief hesitation, Harry perched on the edge of the bench, maintaining distance between them. Professor McGonagall said you wanted to speak with me. Yes. Dumbledore folded his hands in his lap, looking not at Harry but out across the pitch. I wish to explain certain things before tomorrow's hearing, things I should have told you long ago. Like why you left me with people who hated me. Harry couldn't keep the bitterness from his voice. McGonagall already told me about the blood protection. The blood protection is real, Dumbledore confirmed. But it's only part of the reason. He sighed deeply. The greater part, I confess, was fear. Fear of what might happen if I allowed myself to care too much. Harry frowned, not understanding. What do you mean? When I left you with the Dursleys, I knew they would not treat you as their own, Dumbledore said quietly. I hoped they would grow to care for you, but I knew Petunia's bitterness toward the magical world ran deep. What I told myself was that a difficult childhood, while regrettable, might be necessary preparation. Preparation for what? For the burden you would eventually bear. Dumbledore turned to look at him directly, blue eyes intense behind half-moon spectacles. Harry, there is a prophecy about you and Lord Voldemort. It is the reason he came to Godric's Hollow that night, the reason he tried to kill you. And it is the reason I believe he will return and seek you out again. Harry stared at the old wizard, stunned. A prophecy? What does it say? The details are not important at this moment, Dumbledore demurred. What matters is that I believed you would face hardship and danger throughout your life because of it. I told myself that sheltering you too much would be a disservice, that you needed to develop resilience, self-reliance, the ability to endure hardship without breaking. His voice grew heavy with regret. But there was another reason, one I've only recently admitted to myself. I feared becoming too attached to you, Harry. You see, I have a history of making grave errors in judgment when I care too deeply. By keeping you at arm's length, by telling myself your difficult childhood served a greater purpose, I protected myself from the pain of genuine involvement. Harry struggled to process this confession. So you left me with the Dursleys, to toughen me up for some prophecy, and because you were afraid of caring too much? Put so baldly, it sounds indefensible, Dumbledore acknowledged. Perhaps it is. I've had many sleepless nights since Professor McGonagall confronted me with the evidence of my failure. Why are you telling me this now? Because you deserve the truth, however uncomfortable for me to admit. Dumbledore's eyes were weary, the customary twinkle absent. And because I want you to understand that the flaws in my decisions were mine alone. The staff who trusted my judgment, Professor McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey, they acted in good faith. Do not hold my failures against them. I don't, Harry said. They're the ones who finally did something. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed they did. They showed more courage than I managed. He hesitated, then added, there is one more thing you should know before tomorrow's hearing. I have been in contact with Sirius Black. Harry straightened. You have? When? Where is he? Safely hidden, for now. After the first Wizengamot hearing, I sent him a message explaining what had transpired. He replied with certain information, proof of his innocence that I've passed to Madame Bones. What kind of proof? Memories, Dumbledore said. Extracted and preserved for pensive viewing. They show the events surrounding your parents' death, including the real Secret Keeper's betrayal. Hope flared in Harry's chest. So Sirius could be cleared? He could be my guardian. It's possible, Dumbledore allowed. But the legal process takes time, and there are those who would resist revisiting the case. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Still, with the current scrutiny on how the Ministry has handled matters relating to your welfare, there may be increased pressure to examine the evidence fairly. Harry fell silent, considering the implications. Part of him wanted to remain angry at Dumbledore, to reject any help or advice from the man who had left him to suffer for years. But another part recognized the value of having the powerful wizard as an ally, especially if it might help clear Sirius. Thank you for telling me, he said finally. About Sirius, and the rest. Dumbledore rose slowly to his feet. You needn't thank me for doing what should have been done years ago. I can only hope that whatever the Wizengamot decides tomorrow, it brings you the happiness and security you have long deserved. He paused, then added softly, I have failed you in many ways, Harry. That is my burden to bear. But know that despite my flawed methods, I have always wished for your well-being, your safety, and ultimately, your happiness. With that, he turned and walked away, his tall figure silhouetted against the setting sun. Harry watched him go, emotions churning, anger and resentment mingled with a complicated sympathy for the old wizard's evident regret. Whatever happened tomorrow, Harry knew things would never be the same between them. Morning came too quickly. Harry woke before dawn, his stomach knotted with anxiety. He dressed in his school uniform, having decided against the unworn dress robes after Ron pointed out that appearing as a Hogwarts student might remind the Wizengamot of their duty to protect children in their care. The common room was unusually full for such an early hour. Not just Ron and Hermione, but all the Gryffindors from his year had gathered to see him off, along with Fred and George, Ginny, and several other students who had stayed at Hogwarts over Easter. Good luck, Harry, Neville said earnestly, pressing something into his hand. Harry looked down to find a small, smooth stone, faintly luminous. It's a remembrance rock, Neville explained. From my family's garden. It's supposed to help you remember what matters most when you're under pressure. Thanks, Neville, Harry said, genuinely touched. He tucked the stone into his pocket. Fred and George stepped forward next. "We've been thinking," Fred began. "Always a dangerous sign," Ron muttered. "About your guardianship situation," George continued, ignoring his brother. "And we reckon you're old enough to be your own guardian, really," Fred added. "Magical emancipation," George clarified, seeing Harry's confusion. "It's a thing. Not common, but possible. Especially for someone who's defeated Dark Lords, killed basilisks, and generally proven himself more capable than most adults," Fred pointed out. Harry blinked, the idea never having occurred to him. "Is that actually possible? Worth asking about, isn't it?" George winked. "Just a thought to keep in your back pocket." Before Harry could respond, Professor McGonagall entered through the portrait hole, looking uncharacteristically tense. "It's time, Mr. Potter. The Floo connection has been secured." Harry nodded, turning to his friends. Hermione hugged him fiercely. "Remember what I told you about wizarding guardianship law," she whispered. "You have rights in this process." Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "See you on the other side, mate. We'll be waiting to hear everything." With a final wave to his housemates, Harry followed McGonagall out of the tower and through the quiet morning corridors to her office. 2 Aurors, a stocky, grizzled man with a magical eye and a young woman with bright pink hair, waited for them. "Potter, this is Alastor Moody and Nymphadora Tonks," McGonagall introduced them. "They'll be escorting you to the Ministry." "Watcher, Harry," the young woman said cheerfully. "Just Tonks, please. No one calls me Nymphadora if they want to keep all their limbs." "Constant vigilance, Tonks," growled Moody, his magical eye swiveling independently of his normal one, scanning the office. "Save the chit-chat for after the mission." "The hearing isn't for another hour," Tonks pointed out. "Plenty of time for proper introductions." Moody grunted disapprovingly but didn't argue further. "Floo's ready. Potter goes first, I'll follow immediately after. Tonks, you bring up the rear with Minerva." Harry approached the fireplace, taking a pinch of the shimmering powder McGonagall offered. "Remember to speak very clearly," she instructed. "Your destination is Ministry of Magic, secure arrival chamber. Step out promptly when you arrive, Alastor will be right behind you." Harry nodded, threw the powder into the flames, and stepped into the emerald fire. "Ministry of Magic, secure arrival chamber," he announced clearly, remembering his disastrous first Floo journey to Diagon Alley. The familiar spinning sensation engulfed him, fireplaces flashing past at dizzying speed until he was spat out onto a polished wooden floor. He managed to stay upright this time, stepping quickly aside just as the flames flared again and Moody emerged, wand already drawn and scanning the room. They had arrived in a small, circular chamber with a single door. The walls were covered in gently pulsing runes that Harry assumed were security wards. Moments later, Tonks and McGonagall appeared in quick succession. "All clear," Moody announced, his magical eye still roving suspiciously. "Let's move." The corridors of the Ministry were busier than Harry expected for this hour. Ministry workers hurried past, many openly staring at Harry's distinctive scar. A few called out encouragement or sympathy, which Harry acknowledged with awkward nods. "Vultures," Moody muttered. Word's gotten out about the hearing. They reached a set of heavy oak doors guarded by 2 more Aurors, who nodded to Moody with evident respect. Beyond lay a waiting room where Madame Bones stood in conversation with Arthur Weasley. "Mr. Potter, right on time," Bones greeted him. "Mr. Weasley has kindly agreed to act as your advocate during today's proceedings." "Advocate?" Harry repeated, confused. "Similar to a Muggle solicitor," Mr. Weasley explained, shaking Harry's hand warmly. "I'll help present your preferences to the Wizengamot and ensure the process follows proper procedure. Molly wanted to come too, but we thought a smaller presence would be less overwhelming." "Thank you, sir," Harry said, relieved to have another friendly face present. "How is everyone at the Burrow?" "All fine, though worried about you, of course. Ron's been keeping us updated." Mr. Weasley's expression grew serious. "Harry, there's something you should know before we go in. Lucius Malfoy has formally submitted an application to be considered as your guardian." "What?" Harry exclaimed. "That's ridiculous. He tried to kill Ginny last year with that diary. And he's a Death Eater." "Alleged Death Eater," Bones corrected grimly. "He was cleared by the Wizengamot, claiming he acted under the Imperius Curse. And as for the diary incident, there's no concrete evidence linking him to it." But he hates me," Harry sputtered. "His son torments me at school. Why would he even want to be my guardian?" "Power," Moody growled. "Control over the boy who lived would be quite the feather in his cap. Not to mention access to the Potter family fortune." Harry stared at him. "What fortune?" "I've got my trust vault, but the Potters were a wealthy family, Harry," Mr. Weasley said gently. "Your trust vault is just a portion set aside for your education. The main family vault and properties would become accessible to your guardian for management purposes until you come of age." Another revelation Harry hadn't been prepared for. How much else didn't he know about his own life? "Mr. Malfoy's application is unlikely to succeed," Bones reassured him. "His motives are transparent to most of the Wizengamot. But be prepared for him to make his case forcefully." "There's more you should know," McGonagall added. "The evidence regarding Sirius Black has been verified by our experts. The Wizengamot will review it today as part of determining your best placement." Harry's heart leaped. So Sirius could be cleared? He could be my guardian. "It's complicated," Bones said carefully. "The evidence strongly suggests his innocence in the betrayal of your parents and the murder of those Muggles. However, he remains a fugitive who escaped Azkaban, a separate crime. The Wizengamot may be reluctant to grant guardianship to someone in his legal position, even if the original charges are questioned." Harry's hope dimmed, but didn't extinguish entirely. Even partial vindication for Sirius would be a step forward. "It's time," Bones announced, checking her watch. "Are you ready, Mr. Potter?" Harry felt his throat tighten with nervousness but nodded. "As ready as I'll ever be." "Remember," Mr. Weasley said encouragingly, "you have a voice in these proceedings. The Wizengamot values the preferences of magical children, especially those approaching adulthood. Speak honestly about what you want." With Moody and Tonks leading the way, they proceeded through another set of doors into the Wizengamot chamber. Unlike the emergency session, this hearing had attracted a full attendance. Nearly 50 witches and wizards in plum-colored robes filled the tiered seats. Harry recognized a few faces: Dumbledore in the Chief Warlock's seat, though slightly apart to signify his recusal, Lucius Malfoy, looking smug in the conservative faction, Augusta Longbottom with her vulture hat among the progressives. Disciplinary and Guardian Review hearing of the 7th of April, regarding the guardianship of Harry James Potter, Dumbledore announced, his voice magically amplified to fill the chamber. Interrogators: Tiberius Ogden, acting chair for this matter; Amelia Susan Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic. Harry started at the last name. He hadn't realized the minister himself would be involved. Fudge sat next to Ogden, looking uncomfortable but important in his pinstriped cloak and lime green bowler hat. Petitioners for guardianship: Arthur Weasley on behalf of Molly and Arthur Weasley, Andromeda Tonks on behalf of herself and Theodore Tonks, Lucius Malfoy on behalf of himself and Narcissa Malfoy, Sirius Black, in absentia, represented by evidence to be reviewed by this body. A murmur rippled through the chamber at the last name. Harry spotted Rita Skeeter in a small press section, her acid green quill moving furiously across her notepad. Witness for the minor: Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Advocate for the minor: Arthur Weasley. Mr. Weasley gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring squeeze before moving to the advocate's podium. "Mr. Potter," Ogden addressed him directly, "please take the seat at the center of the chamber." Harry walked forward on legs that felt oddly disconnected from his body, acutely aware of the eyes following his progress. The chair at the center of the room looked uncomfortably like the chain chair he'd seen in Dumbledore's pensieve, though no chains appeared when he sat down. This hearing, Ogden continued, will determine the permanent magical guardianship of Harry James Potter, whose previous guardians have been deemed unsuitable by this body. We will hear arguments from each petitioner, review relevant evidence, and consider the minor's own preferences before reaching a decision. He peered down at Harry over his spectacles. Mr. Potter, do you understand the purpose of today's proceedings? Yes, sir, Harry replied, his voice steadier than he expected. Very good. Before we begin with the petitioners, there is a preliminary matter to address. New evidence has been submitted regarding the legal status of one of the petitioners, Sirius Black. As this may affect the eligibility of his petition, we will examine this evidence first. Ogden nodded to Bones. Madam Bones, please present the evidence. Bones rose, wand in hand. Members of the Wizengamot, I present for your consideration extracted memories submitted by Albus Dumbledore, who vouches for their authenticity. These memories pertain to the events of October 31st and November 1st, 1981, and suggest that a grave miscarriage of justice may have occurred in the case of Sirius Black. She waved her wand, and a large pensieve floated into the center of the chamber, hovering near Harry. With another flick, she added the silvery contents of a crystal vial. The surface of the pensieve shimmered, and then projected above it, visible to all present, appeared a scene that made Harry's heart clench. His parents' cottage in Godric's Hollow, partially destroyed. A massive figure, Hagrid, emerging from the ruins, carrying a bundle that Harry realized with a shock was himself as a baby. Then Sirius arriving on his flying motorcycle, his young face wild with grief and rage. The memory played out, Sirius begging to take baby Harry, Hagrid refusing on Dumbledore's orders, Sirius lending Hagrid his motorcycle. Then the scene shifted to Sirius confronting Peter Pettigrew on a Muggle street, Pettigrew shouting about Sirius betraying the Potters, and then the explosion. But the memory continued where eyewitness accounts had ended, showing Pettigrew slicing off his own finger before transforming into a rat and disappearing into the sewer. The chamber was utterly silent when the memory concluded. Then, all at once, voices erupted in shock and confusion. An animagus. Pettigrew faked his death. Black was innocent all along. Ogden rapped his gavel repeatedly until order was restored. This is indeed disturbing evidence. Madam Bones, has the DMLE verified these memories? We have, Bones confirmed. They show no signs of tampering or fabrication. Furthermore, we have located ministry records confirming that Sirius Black never received a trial. He was sent directly to Azkaban on Minister Bagnold's orders, based on eyewitness accounts and the widespread belief that he had been the Potter's secret keeper. Another wave of murmurs swept the chamber. Fudge was looking increasingly uncomfortable, tugging at his collar as if it had suddenly tightened. This body must consider whether these memories constitute sufficient evidence to overturn Mr. Black's conviction, Ogden stated. However, for the purposes of today's guardianship hearing, the question is narrower: does this evidence make Sirius Black a suitable candidate for magical guardianship of Harry Potter? If I may, Mr. Weasley interjected, my client wishes to speak on this matter. Ogden nodded. Mr. Potter, you may address the Wizengamot. Harry stood, his heart pounding. Members of the Wizengamot, Sirius Black is my godfather. My parents chose him to raise me if anything happened to them. Last year, when I learned he had escaped Azkaban, I thought, like everyone else, that he was trying to kill me. But when we finally met face to face, I learned the truth, the same truth you've just seen in those memories. He paused, gathering his thoughts. Sirius could have escaped Azkaban any time, but he only did it when he saw a newspaper photo of the Weasley family in Egypt and recognized Peter Pettigrew, who'd been living as their pet rat for years. He didn't break out to hurt me, he broke out to protect me from the real traitor. You expect us to believe a convicted mass murderer had your best interests at heart? Lucius Malfoy's cold voice cut through the chamber. I don't expect you to believe anything, Mr. Malfoy, Harry replied, surprised by his own boldness. But I was there. I spoke with Sirius. I saw Pettigrew transform with my own eyes. And when Sirius had the chance to kill Pettigrew, he wanted to bring him in alive to clear his name properly. Then where is Pettigrew now? Malfoy challenged. Conveniently escaped, I presume. Yes, actually, Harry said. When Professor Lupin transformed, he's a werewolf, you see, Pettigrew got away in the confusion. But that doesn't change what happened 12 years ago. Sirius is innocent of betraying my parents and killing those muggles. And he's the guardian they wanted for me. He sat down, suddenly aware of how many people were staring at him. Dumbledore, he noticed, was watching him with something like pride in his eyes. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Ogden said. This testimony and evidence will be taken into account. Now, let us proceed to hear from the petitioning parties, beginning with the Weasleys. Arthur Weasley stepped forward, slightly flushed but composed. Members of the Wizengamot, my wife Molly and I submit our petition to become Harry's guardians with full awareness of both the honor and responsibility such a role entails. Harry has been a part of our family since our son Ronald befriended him in their first year at Hogwarts. He has stayed in our home, shared our table, and been treated as one of our own children. He spoke earnestly about the Weasleys' ability to provide Harry with a loving family environment, while acknowledging their limited financial resources. We may not offer wealth or political connections, but we can promise love, support, and a true home, something Harry has been denied for too long. Andromeda Tonks spoke next. A handsome woman with dark hair streaked with grey, she bore a disconcerting resemblance to Bellatrix Lestrange, though her warm smile and kind eyes quickly dispelled the comparison. As the cousin of Sirius Black, I share a familial connection with Harry through the Black family's relation to the Potters, she explained. My husband Ted and I offer a stable home with knowledge of both magical and muggle worlds, as Ted is muggle-born. Our daughter Nymphadora, she gestured to Tonks, who was now standing guard near the door, has recently qualified as an Auror, providing additional security for a young man who has faced more danger than most. Then it was Lucius Malfoy's turn. He approached the center of the chamber with smooth confidence, his expensive robes rustling softly. Esteemed colleagues, he began, his voice silky, I present myself as a candidate for guardianship of Harry Potter with the utmost seriousness. While it's true that there has been friction between our families in the past, I believe I offer advantages that other petitioners cannot match. He went on to outline the Malfoys' wealth, political connections, and ability to provide Harry with the standard of living befitting his status in our world. He emphasized their pure-blood lineage, their understanding of wizarding traditions, and their capacity to protect Harry from those who might wish to exploit his fame. Furthermore, Malfoy continued, through my wife Narcissa, Harry would be connected to his godfather's family, the Blacks, providing a link to the guardian his parents originally selected. The cynical manipulation of that connection made Harry's blood boil. He had to force himself to remain seated and not shout objections. Finally, I would note that recent events have cast doubt on the judgment of those previously responsible for Mr. Potter's welfare, Malfoy concluded smoothly. Albus Dumbledore's failure to properly oversee his placement, the Weasleys' silence despite apparently knowing about the bars on his window, the Ministry's neglect of proper follow-up, all suggest that a fresh approach is needed, one not tainted by past mistakes. As Malfoy returned to his seat, looking smugly satisfied, Ogden turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, having heard from the petitioners, we would like to know your preferences regarding guardianship. While the Wizengamot must make its decision based on what we determine to be in your best interests, your wishes carry significant weight, particularly given your age. Harry stood again, suddenly aware that this moment would shape his future in ways he couldn't fully predict. He thought of the Weasleys' crowded, chaotic, loving home, of Sirius's desperate offer on that night in the Shrieking Shack, of the Dursleys' cold neglect, of what little he knew about Andromeda Tonks. If it's possible, he began, I would like Sirius Black to be my guardian. He's who my parents wanted, and now that I know the truth about him, he's who I want too. He saw various reactions across the chamber, sympathy, skepticism, calculation. Fudge was whispering urgently to an aide. However, Harry continued, I understand that might not be immediately possible, given his current legal situation. If that's the case, then I would choose the Weasleys. They've been more of a family to me than anyone since my parents died. They took me in, taught me about the wizarding world, and treated me like I belonged. He paused, then added firmly, what I do know is that I would never, under any circumstances, accept Lucius Malfoy as my guardian. His son has bullied me and my friends since our first day at Hogwarts. Mr. Malfoy himself has tried to have Hogwarts closed, got Hagrid sent to Azkaban on false charges, and opposed everything Professor Dumbledore stands for. He took a deep breath. I believe he served Voldemort during the war, and would hand me over to him in a heartbeat if Voldemort returned. Gasps and cries erupted at his use of the name, but Harry pressed on. So those are my preferences. Sirius first, the Weasleys second, and never the Malfoys. How dare you? Lucius Malfoy was on his feet, face flushed with anger. These are slanderous accusations. I was cleared of all charges, because you claimed to be under the Imperius curse, Harry shot back. But you weren't, were you? You joined him willingly. You're still loyal to him. Why else would you have given Tom Riddle's diary to Ginny Weasley, hoping it would open the Chamber of Secrets? A stunned silence fell over the chamber. Malfoy had gone pale, his grey eyes glittering with hatred. Order! Ogden demanded, rapping his gavel. Mr. Potter, while we appreciate your candor regarding your preferences, unsupported accusations against a member of this body are not appropriate. Sorry, sir, Harry said, not feeling sorry at all. But you asked for my preferences, and I've given them. Indeed you have, Ogden acknowledged dryly. The Wizengamot will now deliberate on this matter. Mr. Potter, you may wait in the antechamber with Professor McGonagall. As Harry rose to leave, he caught Dumbledore's eye. The old wizard gave him an almost imperceptible nod of approval. Whatever else had passed between them, in this moment at least, they were aligned. The wait in the antechamber felt interminable. Harry paced restlessly while McGonagall sat with perfect composure, though the occasional twitch of her lips betrayed her tension. Moody stood guard at the door, his magical eye presumably seeing through it to monitor the proceedings within. Do you think they'll really consider Sirius? Harry asked anxiously. After seeing those memories? It's difficult to say, McGonagall replied. The evidence is compelling, but there are political considerations. Minister Fudge, for instance, would face significant embarrassment if it became widely known that an innocent man spent 12 years in Azkaban without trial. So they might just ignore the truth because it's inconvenient. Harry demanded, indignant. They might delay acknowledging it officially, McGonagall corrected. But those memories have been seen by the full Wizengamot now. The truth cannot be entirely suppressed. Before Harry could respond, the door opened and Arthur Weasley entered, his expression unreadable. They've reached a decision, he said. We're called back in. Heart pounding, Harry followed Mr. Weasley and McGonagall back into the chamber, resuming his seat at the center. The atmosphere was tense, with various members of the Wizengamot exchanging significant looks. Lucius Malfoy sat rigid in his seat, a muscle twitching in his jaw. After careful deliberation, Ogden announced, the Wizengamot has reached a decision regarding the guardianship of Harry James Potter. He consulted a parchment before him. Regarding the evidence pertaining to Sirius Black, this body finds the memories presented to be credible and concerning. They raise significant doubts about Mr. Black's guilt in the matters for which he was imprisoned. Murmurs spread through the chamber as Ogden continued. However, the legal process for exonerating a convicted criminal requires more than a pensive memory. It requires formal procedures, including the testimony of the accused under veritaserum. Until such time as Mr. Black turns himself in to undergo these procedures, his legal status remains that of an escaped prisoner, making him ineligible for guardianship regardless of these new questions about his original conviction. Harry's heart sank, though he wasn't entirely surprised. It had seemed too much to hope for an immediate reversal of Sirius's situation. With respect to the remaining petitioners, Ogden continued, the Wizengamot has voted to grant permanent magical guardianship of Harry James Potter to. He paused, creating a moment of unbearable tension. Arthur and Molly Weasley, with the condition that certain security enhancements be made to their residence at ministry expense, in recognition of Mr. Potter's unique security concerns. Relief flooded through Harry. The Weasleys. He wouldn't have to go back to the Dursleys, and he wouldn't be handed over to Malfoy. He'd be with Ron, part of the family that had always made him feel welcome. Additionally, Ogden went on, in light of the evidence regarding Sirius Black, the Wizengamot recommends that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement establish a protocol for Mr. Black to safely present himself for proper legal procedures, with guarantees against summary punishment or Dementor's kiss prior to full review of his case. Should Mr. Black be legally exonerated through these procedures, the guardianship arrangement may be revisited at that time, if all parties wish it. It wasn't everything Harry had hoped for, but it was far more than he had expected. Sirius had a path to clearing his name, and meanwhile, Harry would live with the Weasleys. Finally, the Wizengamot notes with extreme concern the allegations made by Mr. Potter regarding Lucius Malfoy's potential involvement in the Chamber of Secrets incident. While these allegations remain unproven, they are serious enough to warrant investigation. The matter will be referred to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for further inquiry. Malfoy's face had gone from pale to ashen. He rose abruptly and strode from the chamber without a word, cloak billowing behind him. This concludes the guardianship hearing of Harry James Potter, Ogden announced. The formal transfer of guardianship will take place immediately, with the necessary documentation to be processed by close of business today. As soon as Ogden rapped his gavel, Arthur Weasley rushed to Harry, beaming with delight. Welcome to the family, Harry, officially, that is. Molly will be over the moon. He hugged Harry briefly but warmly. We'll get everything ready at the Burrow for when term ends. You'll have to share with Ron again, I'm afraid, space is tight, but we'll make it work. That's perfect, Harry assured him, grinning. I wouldn't want it any other way. McGonagall approached, her usual stern expression softened with satisfaction. A most sensible decision by the Wizengamot. Congratulations, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. Thank you, Professor, Harry said sincerely. For everything. If you hadn't brought those records to the Wizengamot in the first place. I merely did what should have been done long ago, she replied, echoing Dumbledore's words from the Quidditch pitch. The credit for today's outcome belongs largely to your own clear testimony, and to the Weasleys for their evident care for you. As they prepared to leave the chamber, Harry found himself face to face with Dumbledore, who had descended from the high seat to the main floor. Congratulations, Harry, the headmaster said quietly. The Weasleys are an excellent family who will care for you as their own. Harry nodded, unsure what to say. His feelings toward Dumbledore remained complicated, gratitude for the memories that might help clear Sirius mingled with lingering anger over years of neglect. I hope, in time, you might find it in yourself to understand, if not forgive, my failures regarding your placement, Dumbledore continued. I will, of course, continue to work on security measures to protect both you and your new family, particularly if Tom begins to stir again. Thank you for helping Sirius, Harry said finally. That means a lot to me. It was the least I could do. Another wrong I failed to right years ago. Dumbledore's blue eyes were solemn. If I might offer one piece of advice. The path ahead may still hold challenges. Voldemort's supporters will not be pleased by today's outcome. Stay close to those who love you, Harry. Their protection is more powerful than any magic I could devise. With that, he stepped aside, allowing Harry to join Mr. Weasley, McGonagall, and their Auror escort for the journey back to Hogwarts. As they left the ministry, Harry was accosted by reporters shouting questions. Rita Skeeter pushed her way to the front, acid green quill poised. Harry. How do you feel about becoming a Weasley? Does this mean Sirius Black is innocent? Is you-know-who really coming back, as you suggested in there? No comment, Moody growled, pushing the reporters back with a wave of his wand that created an invisible barrier. The boy's been through enough without you vultures pecking at him. They reached the secure flute chamber without further incident, and soon Harry was spinning back toward Hogwarts, his mind full of the day's events. So much had happened, so much had changed. The Dursleys were out of his life forever. Sirius had a chance at freedom. The Weasleys were now, officially, his family. And yet, as he stepped out of McGonagall's fireplace back into Hogwarts, Harry knew that the story wasn't over. Dumbledore's warnings about Voldemort, the prophecy he had mentioned, Malfoy's hatred, these weren't problems solved by a guardianship hearing, no matter how favorable the outcome. But for the first time since entering the wizarding world, Harry felt he wasn't facing these problems alone. He had a real family now, people who had chosen him, not been forced to take him in. And somehow, that made all the difference. The aftermath of the guardianship hearing rippled through the wizarding world like a stone dropped in a still pond. The Daily Prophet ran a special evening edition with the headline, "Potter finds new home with Weasleys, questions raised about Black's guilt." The article, penned by Rita Skeeter, was surprisingly factual by her standards, though it couldn't resist speculating about the shocking evidence that had caused the Wizengamot to reconsider Sirius Black's case. By the next morning, the story had evolved. The Prophet's front page now featured a split image, on one side, a photo of Harry with the Weasley family from their Egypt trip the previous summer, on the other, a reproduction of the wanted poster of Sirius Black, looking gaunt and wild-eyed. Ministry in chaos, Fudge under pressure as Black case reopened. The article detailed growing calls for a formal review of Sirius's case, with unnamed ministry sources expressing alarm that a potentially innocent man had been sent to Azkaban without trial. Minister Fudge was quoted defending the original conviction while promising a thorough and transparent review of the new evidence. A sidebar article titled, "The Boy Who Lived, A History of Neglect," recapped the revelations about Harry's treatment by the Dursleys and Dumbledore's role in his placement there. Public opinion seemed divided, with some calling for Dumbledore's resignation from his various positions, while others defended him as acting in good faith during dangerous times. At Hogwarts, the atmosphere was equally charged. Students either avoided Harry entirely or approached him with uncomfortable questions about his life with the Dursleys. The Slytherins, taking their cue from Draco Malfoy, oscillated between mocking Harry as a charity case, taken in by the pauper Weasleys, and maintaining a wary distance, perhaps mindful of the investigation now facing Lucius Malfoy. "Just ignore them," Hermione advised as they walked to potions, Pansy Parkinson's shrill laughter following a particularly nasty comment about Harry's cupboard training. "They're just jealous because your guardianship hearing exposed Malfoy's father for what he really is." "Easy for you to say," Harry muttered, though he knew she was right. "You're not the one everyone's whispering about." "Mate, you've been the one everyone whispers about since first year," Ron pointed out reasonably. "At least this time it's led to something good. You're officially part of the family now." This did cheer Harry considerably. The Weasleys had sent an enormous care package that morning, containing homemade treats from Mrs. Weasley, congratulatory notes from all the Weasley children, even Percy, and a rather emotional letter welcoming Harry to the family. Mr. Weasley had added a postscript explaining that ministry security experts were already enhancing the wards around the burrow, and that Harry would have the small room on the third floor as his own space once Percy moved out after graduation. The idea of having his own room, a real room, not a cupboard or Dudley's cast-offs, in a house where he was actually wanted made Harry feel warm inside despite the stares and whispers. Even potions, usually the most dreaded class of the week, took an unexpected turn. As they filed into the dungeon classroom, Snape was already there, writing instructions on the blackboard. He didn't turn as the students took their seats, continuing to write in his spidery handwriting until the bell rang. "Today you will brew a calming draught," he announced, finally facing the class. "The instructions are on the board. You will work individually, not in pairs." His black eyes swept the room, coming to rest on Harry. "Potter, a word." Harry approached Snape's desk warily as the rest of the class began gathering ingredients. What now? Was Snape going to mock him about the guardianship situation? Take points for supposedly seeking attention. But when Snape spoke, his voice was low and surprisingly devoid of its usual contempt. I understand congratulations are in order regarding your new guardianship arrangement. Yes, sir, Harry replied, caught off guard by the almost civil tone. Snape studied him for a moment, his expression inscrutable. I also understand that your previous, home situation, was less than ideal. Harry tensed. Here it came, the sneering commentary, the suggestion that Harry was exaggerating for sympathy. I should have recognized the signs, Snape said instead, his voice so quiet Harry had to strain to hear. Having experienced similar circumstances in my youth, I should have seen past my preconceptions. Harry stared, unable to process what he was hearing. Was Snape actually acknowledging his own mistake? Implying that he, too, had been abused as a child? Your mother, Snape continued, the word seeming to cause him physical pain, would never have wanted you to suffer as you did. For my failure to intervene, despite the evidence that should have been clear to me, I regret. It wasn't quite an apology, but coming from Snape, it was unprecedented. Harry had no idea how to respond. That will be all, Snape said, the momentary vulnerability vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Return to your station and begin your work. I expect better attention to detail from you now that you have a stable home environment. Still stunned, Harry returned to his cauldron. Ron gave him a questioning look, but Harry just shook his head slightly, unsure how to explain what had just happened. Had Snape actually expressed regret? Had he implied a connection to Harry's mother? Throughout the lesson, Harry kept glancing at Snape, trying to reconcile this new information with everything he thought he knew about the potion's master. The man's hatred of Harry had always seemed so personal, so visceral. But if Snape had known Harry's mother well enough to speak of her wishes. Harry's potion turned out better than usual that day, perhaps because he was too preoccupied with this puzzle to make his typical careless errors. When he submitted his sample at the end of class, Snape examined it with his usual critical eye but merely nodded without comment, neither praise nor condemnation, just acknowledgement. It was, Harry reflected as he left the dungeon, turning out to be a day of unexpected revelations. That evening, as Harry, Ron, and Hermione were studying in the common room, Professor McGonagall entered through the portrait hole. The room gradually fell silent as students noticed her presence. Mr. Potter, she called, a moment of your time, please. Harry followed her to a quiet corner, curious and slightly apprehensive. Had something changed with the guardianship arrangement? Was there news about Sirius? I wanted to inform you personally, McGonagall said, keeping her voice low, that the Ministry has established a protocol for Sirius Black to turn himself in safely, as recommended by the Wizengamot. He will be held not in Azkaban but in a secure Ministry location, without Dementors, pending a formal hearing. Amelia Bones herself will oversee the process to ensure fairness. Harry's heart leaped. That's brilliant. Have they told Sirius? Does he know he can come in safely? Professor Dumbledore has sent him a message explaining the arrangement. Whether Mr. Black will trust the Ministry enough to surrender himself remains to be seen. She hesitated, then added, there is also the matter of Peter Pettigrew. Without him, the case rests primarily on pensive memories, which, while compelling, may not be sufficient for a full exoneration. But it's a start, Harry insisted. Better than Sirius living as a fugitive, eating rats in a cave somewhere. McGonagall's lips twitched. Indeed. There is one other matter. The security enhancements at the Burrow are quite extensive, significantly more than the Wizengamot required. The additional measures are being privately funded. By who? Harry asked, though he thought he could guess. Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall confirmed. He feels a certain responsibility for your safety, regardless of his official status as your guardian. Harry considered this. His feelings toward Dumbledore remained complicated, gratitude mingled with resentment, trust undermined by the revelation of past manipulations. But he couldn't deny that the headmaster was trying to make amends in his own way. "Please thank him for me," Harry said finally. McGonagall nodded, a hint of approval in her expression. "I shall. Now, I believe your friends are waiting rather impatiently to hear our conversation." She glanced toward Ron and Hermione, who were indeed watching with poorly disguised curiosity. "Good evening, Mr. Potter." As she left through the portrait hole, Harry rejoined his friends, sharing McGonagall's news about the arrangements for Sirius. "That's wonderful, Harry!" Hermione exclaimed. "A proper hearing is exactly what Sirius needs, a chance to tell his story under Veritaserum, with proper legal representation." "Yeah, but will he trust the Ministry enough to turn himself in?" Ron wondered. "After what they did to him last time." "Dumbledore's vouching for the process," Harry pointed out. "And Madame Bones seems fair. I think he might do it, especially if it means a chance to be free, to be my guardian eventually." The conversation shifted to speculation about what might happen if Sirius were cleared, where he might live, whether Harry would split time between the burrow and Sirius's home, how soon the transition might happen. It felt strange to be discussing such normal concerns as living arrangements after years of merely surviving from one crisis to the next. "Whatever happens with Sirius," Ron said firmly, "you're still part of our family now. Mum and Dad would never just hand you over, even if Sirius is cleared. You'd probably split time between us, like visiting a favorite uncle or something." "That would be perfect," Harry agreed, warming to the idea. The best of both worlds. They were interrupted by the arrival of Fred and George, who bounded over with matching mischievous grins. "Harry, our honorary brother." Fred greeted him. "Now officially adopted into the glorious Weasley clan," George added. "We've been thinking, always dangerous, about how to properly welcome you to the family. And we've decided that what you need, what you truly, deeply need, is a proper Weasley-style prank initiation," they finished in unison. Harry laughed, feeling lighter than he had in days. "Do I get any say in this?" "Absolutely not," Fred declared. "It's tradition," George explained solemnly. "Made up just now, but sacred nonetheless. We're thinking something involving Malfoy," Fred continued. "A little payback for his father's guardianship attempt." "Nothing harmful," George assured Hermione, who was already looking disapproving. "Just, memorable. And educational," Fred added. "A lesson in what happens when you mess with a Weasley. Which you now are, in spirit if not in hair color." Harry found himself grinning despite Hermione's clear reservations. The idea of belonging to a family that would close ranks around him, that would defend him as one of their own, was still new enough to feel like a marvel. "Just don't get caught," he advised. "Mrs. Weasley, your mum, might not approve of you corrupting her newest son." "On the contrary," George countered. "Mum's got quite the vengeful streak when someone threatens her children. Where do you think we get it from?" The twins wandered off to continue plotting, leaving Harry feeling oddly content despite the uncertainty still surrounding Sirius's case and the lingering stares from his classmates. For the first time, he felt like he had a real place in the world, not as the boy who lived, but as Harry, a boy with a family who had chosen him. The remainder of the Easter holiday passed in a blur of homework, Quidditch practice, and ongoing speculation about Sirius. The day before classes resumed, Harry received a letter delivered not by Owl but by Professor Lupin, who found Harry alone by the lake, skipping stones across the still water. "From Padfoot," Lupin said simply, handing over a sealed parchment. "He asked me to deliver it personally." Harry broke the seal eagerly, recognizing Sirius's handwriting. "Harry, I've received word about the guardianship hearing and the new protocol for reviewing my case. First, let me say how pleased I am that you'll be living with the Weasleys. They seem like good people who truly care about you, which is all I've ever wanted for you. As for my situation, Dumbledore assures me that Amelia Bones is honorable and will ensure a fair hearing. I'm considering the offer, but I need to be certain it's not a trap." 12 years in Azkaban makes a man cautious, perhaps overly so. Moony is helping me evaluate the situation and make arrangements if I decide to surrender myself. Whatever happens, know that I am so proud of you, Harry. The way you've handled everything, the revelations about the Dursleys, the hearing, even your confrontation with Malfoy, yes, I heard about that. Shows what an exceptional young man you've become. James and Lily would be bursting with pride. I hope we'll see each other soon, under better circumstances than our last meeting. Until then, enjoy your new family, and know that I'm never far away. With affection, Sirius Harry read the letter twice before looking up at Lupin, who was watching him with a gentle smile. He's nearby, isn't he? Harry guessed. Not in a tropical island like we told everyone. Lupin's smile widened slightly. I couldn't say for certain where he might be. But hypothetically, if someone wanted to hide while remaining close enough to watch over someone they cared about, there are several suitable caves in the hills beyond Hogsmeade. Harry nodded, understanding the implicit message. And if that hypothetical person was considering turning himself into the Ministry, would you advise him to do it? Lupin considered the question carefully. I believe the offer is genuine. Amelia Bones has a reputation for integrity, and the public exposure of the case makes it difficult for the Ministry to renege on their promises without significant backlash. That said, there are always risks. He hesitated. May I ask what you would advise, if asked? I want him free, Harry said simply. Free and cleared, so he doesn't have to live in hiding. So he can have a real life again. He folded the letter carefully. But I don't want him taking unnecessary risks. If you, or he, thinks it's too dangerous. We're still gathering information, Lupin assured him. Making contingency plans. Sirius won't make a decision rashly. A shadow of old pain crossed his face. He's learned the cost of impulsiveness the hard way. They stood in silence for a moment, watching the ripples on the lake's surface where Harry's last stone had sunk. Professor, Harry began hesitantly, can I ask you something about my parents? Of course, Harry. Lupin's voice was gentle. Anything at all. Did my mum know Professor Snape? Were they, friends? Lupin looked startled by the question. What makes you ask that? Harry explained Snape's strange quasi-apology, his reference to Harry's mother. It seemed like he knew her well enough to speak for what she would have wanted. Ah. Lupin's expression grew complex, thoughtful, sad, slightly uncomfortable. Yes, they knew each other. They were friends as children, before Hogwarts, and remained so for several years after. They grew up in the same town, you see. This was so unexpected that Harry could only stare. Snape and my mother were friends. But he hates anything to do with my father, with me. It's complicated, Lupin sighed. They had a falling out in 5th year, a serious one. Severus was drawn to the dark arts, to friends who supported Voldemort's ideals. Lily couldn't accept that path. And yes, there was animosity between Severus and your father, which I'm ashamed to say James and Sirius sometimes took too far. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. People are complex, Harry. Severus Snape has many flaws, but his affection for your mother was genuine, I believe. If he's acknowledged some regret regarding your situation, that represents significant growth for him, however begrudging it might seem. Harry tried to absorb this new information, to fit it into his understanding of Snape, of his parents, of the complex web of relationships that had shaped his life before he was even born. Thanks for telling me, he said finally. And thanks for bringing Sirius's letter. You're welcome, Harry. Lupin smiled, looking younger for a moment. Now, I believe dinner will be served soon, and if I'm not mistaken, the Weasley twins have something planned for the feast that you won't want to miss. Harry groaned. The initiation prank? I couldn't possibly comment on student mischief, Lupin replied, eyes twinkling. I am a professor, after all. But I would suggest sitting with a clear view of the Slytherin table. The great hall was filled with students returning from the Easter holiday, the buzz of conversation louder than usual as friends reunited and shared stories of their break. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had secured seats with an excellent view of the Slytherin table, where Draco Malfoy was holding court among his usual cronies. "He's been even more unbearable since the hearing," Ron muttered, glaring across the hall. "Going on about how his father's going to sue everyone involved for slander." "Empty threats," Hermione dismissed. "The Wizengamot has parliamentary privilege, they can't be sued for anything said during official proceedings." "Since when are you an expert on wizarding law?" Ron asked, impressed despite himself. "Since I checked out Magical Governance and Legal Frameworks from the library," she replied primly. "I thought it might be useful given everything that's happening with Harry's case." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Fred and George, who slid onto the bench opposite them with suspiciously innocent expressions. "Evening, all," Fred greeted them. "Lovely weather we're having." "Absolutely splendid," George agreed. "A perfect night for a feast." "What have you done?" Hermione demanded in a whisper. "Us?" Fred placed a hand over his heart, looking wounded. "Why, nothing at all." "Yet," George added with a wink. Before Hermione could press further, Dumbledore rose to address the students. "Welcome back to those who left us for the holiday, and welcome to the final term of the school year. Before we begin our feast, I have a few announcements." He proceeded to remind students about upcoming examinations, to note that the third-floor corridor near the astronomy tower would be closed for renovations, and to congratulate the Ravenclaw Quidditch team on their recent victory over Hufflepuff. Finally, Dumbledore concluded, "I'm sure many of you have read recent accounts in the Daily Prophet regarding changes to Mr. Potter's guardianship arrangements. While I would normally consider such matters private, the public nature of the reporting makes a brief statement appropriate." Harry tensed, not having expected Dumbledore to address the matter so openly. "The welfare of every student at Hogwarts is of paramount importance," Dumbledore continued, his voice grave. "When that welfare is compromised, it is the responsibility of all adults involved to take appropriate action. Professor McGonagall acted with courage and integrity in bringing her concerns forward, and I commend her for it." He inclined his head toward McGonagall, who acknowledged the gesture with a slight nod. "As for my own role in these events, I accept the Wizengamot's judgment and the consequences of my decisions. I ask only that you respect Mr. Potter's privacy and treat him with the same courtesy you would wish to receive yourselves." His blue eyes swept the hall, lingering briefly on the Slytherin table. "Now, let us enjoy our excellent feast." He clapped his hands, and food appeared on the tables. The students, momentarily sobered by Dumbledore's address, quickly returned to their usual chatter as they helped themselves to the spread. Harry, feeling uncomfortable with the renewed attention, focused on filling his plate. "I wish he hadn't said anything," he muttered to Ron. "People were just starting to forget about it." "I think he was trying to show support for McGonagall," Hermione observed. "And to acknowledge his own responsibility publicly. That's actually quite admirable." "Maybe," Harry conceded, not entirely convinced. "Still feels like he's making it about him somehow." "Forget Dumbledore," Fred interrupted, grinning. "Watch Malfoy. It should be happening any moment now." Harry glanced toward the Slytherin table, where Malfoy was cutting into a piece of roast beef, still talking animatedly to Crabbe and Goyle. Nothing seemed amiss, until Malfoy took his first bite. Instantly, his platinum blonde hair began to change color, cycling rapidly through every shade of the rainbow before settling on a vibrant Weasley red. Simultaneously, freckles erupted across his pale skin, and his pointed features subtly shifted to resemble Ron's. The transformation was so sudden and so complete that it took a moment for anyone to react. Then Pansy Parkinson screamed, pointing at Malfoy, who had no idea what was happening until he caught sight of a lock of red hair falling into his eyes. "What? My hair!" He grabbed a silver goblet, staring at his distorted reflection in horror. "My face! What's happened to my face?" The great hall erupted in laughter as students realized what they were seeing. Even some of the Slytherins were struggling to maintain straight faces as Malfoy stood up in panic, now the spitting image of a pale, horrified Ron Weasley. "Welcome to the family, Malfoy," Fred called across the hall, raising his goblet in a mock toast. "Always room for one more Weasley." "Change me back," Malfoy demanded, drawing his wand. "Change me back this instant." But the twins just laughed, clearly unconcerned by his threat. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall was making a valiant effort to look disapproving while Professor Flitwick openly chuckled behind his hand. Snape had risen from his seat and was striding toward the Slytherin table, his black robes billowing. "A fitting initiation," George said with satisfaction. "Nothing says, 'Welcome to the Weasleys' like turning your worst enemy into an honorary redhead." "How long will it last?" Hermione asked, caught between disapproval and reluctant amusement. "Just 24 hours, Fred assured her. "We're not monsters." "Though we did add a little extra charm," George added with a wink. "The more he insults the Weasley family, the more pronounced the effects become." As if on cue, Malfoy shouted something about blood traitor appearance, and immediately his nose grew longer, even more Weasley-like than before. This triggered a fresh wave of laughter throughout the hall. "Brilliant," Ron breathed, watching Snape attempting to cast counter-charms on the increasingly Weasley-ish Malfoy with no success. "Absolutely brilliant. Consider yourself officially welcome to the family, Harry," Fred said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Defend one Weasley, and we all have your back." Harry grinned, watching Malfoy being escorted from the hall by an irritated Snape, the Slytherin's newly red hair visible until the doors closed behind them. For all the uncertainty that still surrounded Sirius's case, for all the stares and whispers he continued to endure, in that moment Harry felt something he had rarely experienced before, the absolute certainty that he belonged. He was Harry Potter, reluctant celebrity, possible prophecy subject, target of dark wizards, but he was also, now, part of a family. A real family, with all the chaos, loyalty, and love that entailed. And that, he decided as he laughed with his friends, made all the difference in the world. Chapter 3, The Aftermath. The last day of term at Hogwarts arrived with the golden haze of early summer. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows of Gryffindor Tower as Harry packed his trunk, carefully placing his textbooks, robes, and the photo album Hagrid had given him among his possessions. "Weird, isn't it?" Ron said from the next bed over, where he was stuffing clothes into his own trunk with considerably less care. "Usually you're dreading the end of term. Now you're coming home with me." Home. The word still gave Harry a little jolt of happiness every time he thought about it. Not returning to Privet Drive with its pristine floors and hostile silence, but to the Burrow, chaotic, magical, and welcoming. "I still can't believe it's real," Harry admitted, folding his invisibility cloak and tucking it safely between layers of clothing. "Keep expecting someone to tell me there's been a mistake." Ron snorted. "The only mistake was leaving you with those muggles in the first place." He hesitated, then added more seriously, "Mum's been redecorating your room like mad. Percy's barely moved his things out and she's already painted the walls, put up new curtains. Dad says she hasn't been this excited since Ginny was born." Harry felt his cheeks warm. "She doesn't need to go to any trouble, it's not trouble for her," Ron interrupted. "It's, I dunno, healing or something. Makes her feel like she's making up for not rescuing you sooner." Before Harry could respond, the dormitory door burst open and the Weasley twins bounded in. "There he is," Fred announced. "Our honorary brother, about to make the journey to his ancestral Weasley home. We've come to escort you to breakfast," George added. "Mum sent us specific instructions to make sure you're properly fed before the train ride." "She's not even here," Harry pointed out, amused. "Ah, but her maternal omniscience transcends mere physical distance," Fred said sagely. "Best not to question it," George advised. "We've learned the hard way." The twins helped them finish packing, which mostly consisted of finding Ron's scattered belongings under beds and behind furniture. As they worked, Harry noticed a folded copy of the Daily Prophet sticking out of Fred's pocket. "Anything interesting in the news?" he asked casually, though he'd been following the papers closely for any mention of Sirius. Fred exchanged a quick glance with George. "Nothing major. Just politics as usual." Something in their tone made Harry suspicious. "Let me see it." With reluctance, Fred handed over the newspaper. The headline made Harry's stomach clench: "Dumbledore resigns as Supreme Mugwump amid continuing fallout from Potter case." The article detailed how Dumbledore had stepped down from his position in the International Confederation of Wizards, citing a need to focus on domestic responsibilities. Several foreign magical governments had apparently expressed concern about his judgment in the wake of the revelations about Harry's placement with the Dursleys. "He's still Chief Warlock and Headmaster, though," Fred pointed out as Harry read. "For now," George added. "There's talk about a vote of no confidence in the Wizengamot. Lucius Malfoy's faction is pushing hard." "Convenient how he's recovered from his Weasley transformation just in time to lead the charge against Dumbledore," Ron said darkly. The twins had kept their promise about the 24-hour limit on their prank, though Malfoy had spent most of that time hidden in the Slytherin dormitory. When he finally emerged, his complexion had remained slightly freckled for several more days, especially when he was angry, which was often. Harry folded the newspaper, feeling a complex mixture of emotions. Dumbledore had made serious mistakes regarding his welfare, yes, but the idea of Lucius Malfoy gaining political advantage from the situation was troubling. "Dumbledore knew this would happen," he said finally. "When McGonagall first brought those records to the Wizengamot. He must have known his reputation would suffer. And he let it happen anyway," George noted. "Interesting, isn't it? Makes you wonder if the old man's playing a longer game than everyone thinks. Or maybe he just finally decided to do the right thing, even if it cost him," Ron suggested. Harry wasn't sure which explanation he preferred. His feelings toward Dumbledore remained complicated: gratitude for Hogwarts and for recent help with Sirius, mixed with lingering anger over years of neglect. But the thought of Lucius Malfoy and his allies gaining power in the aftermath wasn't comforting. "Come on," Fred said, breaking the momentary silence. "Breakfast awaits, and then the Hogwarts Express, and then, freedom." George finished with a dramatic flourish. Harry grinned despite his concerns. Whatever political machinations were unfolding in the wizarding world, today he was going home, a real home, for the summer. And that was worth celebrating. The Great Hall was buzzing with end-of-term excitement. House banners hung from the enchanted ceiling, which showed a perfect blue sky scattered with fluffy white clouds. Gryffindor had won both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup, largely thanks to their Quidditch final victory over Slytherin, where Harry's capture of the snitch had set a new school record for margin of victory. As Harry took his seat between Ron and Hermione, he noticed the staff table was unusually full. Not just the regular professors, but also several ministry officials, including Cornelius Fudge himself, resplendent in lime green robes with his trademark bowler hat resting on the table beside him. The minister was deep in conversation with Dumbledore, their heads bent close together. "What's Fudge doing here?" Harry wondered aloud. "End-of-term inspection," Hermione explained, buttering a piece of toast. "It's in Hogwarts, a history. The minister traditionally visits on the last day of the academic year to review the school's performance." "Seems more like he's checking on Dumbledore," Ron observed, watching the pair. "Making sure he's not planning any more rebellions." Since the guardianship hearing, relations between Dumbledore and the ministry had been noticeably strained. The Daily Prophet had published a series of increasingly critical articles questioning the headmaster's judgment, many quoting ministry sources close to the minister. Fudge himself had made several public statements supporting a thorough review of Dumbledore's various positions of authority. "It's all political theater," Hermione said dismissively. "Fudge is worried about his own position. The public was shocked by what happened to Harry, and he needs someone to blame besides himself and the ministry's child welfare department. So Dumbledore becomes the scapegoat, Harry said, watching the headmaster smile benignly at something Fudge said. Even though he's admitted his mistakes. That's politics for you, Ron said through a mouthful of sausage. Dad says Fudge has been in a panic ever since the hearing. Keeps asking whether people are saying he should have done more, whether his approval ratings are dropping. Speaking of politics, Hermione said, lowering her voice, have you heard anything more about Sirius? Harry shook his head. Nothing since his letter. Lupin thinks the offer to turn himself in is genuine, but they're still working out guarantees of safety. The longer he waits, the harder it'll be, Hermione pointed out. Right now, public opinion is questioning the Ministry's handling of his case. That leverage won't last forever. I know, Harry sighed. But after 12 years in Azkaban, I can't blame him for being cautious. Their conversation was interrupted when Dumbledore rose to his feet, tapping his goblet for silence. The excited chatter in the hall gradually died down as all eyes turned to the headmaster. Another year completed, Dumbledore began, his voice carrying effortlessly throughout the hall. And what a year it has been. We have learned, we have grown, and in some cases, his eyes twinkled briefly in the direction of the Weasley twins, we have temporarily changed our appearance. Scattered laughter rippled through the hall, though the Slytherins remained pointedly silent. Before we send you off to your summer adventures, I have a few announcements. First, congratulations once again to Gryffindor for winning both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. He gestured to the red and gold banners decorating the hall as applause erupted from the Gryffindor table. Second, Minister Fudge has asked me to inform you that next year, Hogwarts will host the Triwizard Tournament. This announcement caused an immediate explosion of excited whispers. Even those from wizarding families looked stunned by the news. For those unfamiliar with the tournament, Dumbledore continued, raising his voice slightly, it is a magical competition between the three largest European wizarding schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. One champion is selected from each school to compete in 3 magical tasks. Historically, the tournament was held every 5 years, rotating between the schools, until it was discontinued due to the rising death toll. Death toll? Hermione whispered, looking alarmed. However, Dumbledore went on, the Ministry has worked hard to ensure that this time, no champion will find themselves in mortal danger. The specific tasks remain secret, but I can tell you that students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive in October, and the selection of champions will take place at Halloween. He paused, his expression growing more serious. Due to the dangerous nature of the tournament, the Ministry has imposed an age restriction. Only students who are 17 or older, that is, of legal adult age in the wizarding world, will be permitted to submit their names for consideration. This announcement was met with groans and protests from younger students, particularly Fred and George, who shouted, "That's rubbish," loudly enough to be heard throughout the hall. This restriction, Dumbledore continued firmly, is a non-negotiable safety measure. I will personally ensure that no underage student hoodwinks our impartial judge into accepting their submission. His eyes lingered briefly on the Weasley twins, who looked unabashedly defiant. Further details will be provided at the start of next term. For now, I suggest you avoid making specific summer plans for late August, as the Quidditch World Cup will be held in Britain this year, and I understand tickets are still available. This news caused another wave of excitement, particularly at the Gryffindor table, where Oliver would look like he might faint from joy. And finally, Dumbledore said, his voice softer now, compelling everyone to listen closely, a personal note. This year has brought significant changes, not only to Hogwarts but to our wider wizarding community. Some of these changes have been painful, requiring us to confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves and our institutions. The hall grew utterly silent. Everyone knew what, and whom, he was referring to. When I became headmaster of Hogwarts, I took an oath to protect and nurture every student entrusted to my care. In at least one case, I failed to fulfill that oath. His gaze found Harry's across the hall. For that failure, I have apologized privately to the student affected. I now apologize publicly as well. Harry felt his face grow warm as hundreds of eyes turned toward him. "We are often told that wisdom comes with age," Dumbledore continued, his voice steady despite the emotion evident in his face. "But sometimes, the wisest among us are the young, who see clearly what we have become blind to through habit or rationalization. I have learned this lesson painfully this year, through the courage of both students and colleagues who were willing to speak truth to power." He inclined his head slightly toward McGonagall, who sat rigidly beside him, her expression unreadable. "As you depart for the summer, I encourage each of you to reflect on this: our greatest strength lies not in never making mistakes, but in having the courage to acknowledge them, to make amends, and to grow from the experience. It is a lesson this old wizard is still learning, even after more than a century of life." He raised his goblet. "To the end of another year. May you all find joy, discovery, and perhaps a bit of wisdom in the months ahead." The students raised their goblets in return, the hall filled with the gentle clinking of glass and metal. Harry lifted his own goblet automatically, but his mind was whirling with the implications of Dumbledore's speech. A public apology was the last thing he'd expected, especially with Fudge sitting right there, watching with barely concealed disapproval. "Blimey," Ron whispered. "Did Dumbledore just fall on his sword in front of the whole school?" "And the minister," Hermione added, looking thoughtful. "It's a powerful political move, actually. By acknowledging his mistake so openly, he's taken control of the narrative." Harry wasn't sure about political narratives, but he could feel the impact of Dumbledore's words on the student body. The stares directed his way felt different now, less morbidly curious, more sympathetic. Even at the Slytherin table, some students looked contemplative rather than smirking. As breakfast concluded and students began filing out to complete their last-minute packing, Harry found himself wanting to speak with Dumbledore. He wasn't sure what he would say, but the headmaster's public apology deserved some acknowledgement. He approached the staff table hesitantly. Fudge had already left, looking harried, but Dumbledore remained, speaking quietly with Professor McGonagall. They both looked up as Harry drew near. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him warmly. "Excited for your summer with the Weasleys, I expect." "Yes, sir," Harry replied. "I just wanted to say, thank you. For what you said just now." Dumbledore's blue eyes softened. "It was long overdue, my boy. And entirely insufficient compared to what you endured." Still, Harry insisted, it couldn't have been easy. "Especially with Fudge here. The minister and I have had our disagreements lately," Dumbledore acknowledged, a hint of amusement in his voice. "But the truth remains the truth, regardless of political convenience." He glanced at McGonagall. "A lesson Professor McGonagall was brave enough to teach me, at considerable risk to our long friendship." McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly. "There was never any risk to our friendship, Albus. Merely to my patience with your occasionally infuriating tendencies." Dumbledore chuckled. "A diplomatic description, Minerva." He turned back to Harry. "I understand Sirius is still considering the ministry's offer. Please convey to him, should you have means of communication, that I believe Amelia Bones can be trusted to ensure fair treatment." "I will if I can," Harry promised, wondering if Hedwig could find Sirius wherever he was hiding. "One more thing before you go, Harry," Dumbledore said, his expression growing serious. "The protection your mother provided through her sacrifice remains important, especially with the signs we've discussed of Voldemort potentially regaining strength." Harry tensed, remembering their conversation about the prophecy. "But I thought that protection only worked at the Dursleys." "The strongest version of it, yes. But there are other protections we can establish, based on the same principle of sacrificial love." Dumbledore smiled gently. "The Weasleys have taken you into their home out of love, not obligation. That creates its own powerful magic, which the additional wards I've helped establish will amplify." Relief flooded through Harry. He'd been worrying, somewhere in the back of his mind, that leaving the Dursleys might somehow make him more vulnerable to Voldemort. "So I'll be safe at the Burrow?" "As safe as you can be while still living a full, normal life," Dumbledore assured him. Which is what I should have prioritized from the beginning. He extended his hand. Have a wonderful summer, Harry. I look forward to seeing you in September, hopefully with many happy stories to tell. Harry shook the offered hand, feeling a sense of closure he hadn't expected. The anger he'd carried wasn't entirely gone, but it had transformed into something more complex, a determination to learn from the past rather than be defined by it. Thank you, Professor, he said simply. For everything. As he turned to leave, McGonagall called after him, do try to stay out of trouble this summer, Potter. Though with the Weasley twins as your honorary brothers, I realize that may be a futile request. Harry grinned. I'll do my best, Professor. As he rejoined Ron and Hermione, who were waiting by the doors, Harry felt lighter than he had in months. The year had brought painful revelations and public scrutiny, but it had also brought him a real home, a path to clearing Sirius's name, and perhaps even a healthier relationship with Dumbledore. Everything all right? Hermione asked as they headed toward the entrance hall, where trunks were being collected for transport to Hogsmeade Station. Yeah, Harry replied, surprised to find he meant it. Everything's good. The journey on the Hogwarts Express was filled with the usual end-of-term excitement, though Harry noticed more students than usual stopping by their compartment to chat. Some were clearly curious about his new living arrangements, asking awkwardly veiled questions about the Burrow and the Weasleys. Others, particularly younger students, seemed to simply want to express support in their own fumbling way. My aunt's not very nice either, a timid second-year Hufflepuff confided before scurrying away, leaving Harry bemused. You're a proper celebrity now, Ron observed as their latest visitor departed. Not just the boy who lived, but the boy who got away from the awful muggles. I'd rather not be either, Harry sighed. At least this one might do some good, Hermione pointed out. The Daily Prophet ran a whole series on magical child welfare after your case. The ministry's apparently revising all their placement and monitoring procedures. The compartment door slid open again, but this time it was Neville, accompanied by Ginny and Luna Lovegood, a Ravenclaw in Ginny's year whom Harry had met briefly before. Mind if we join you? Neville asked. Everywhere else is full. Or infested with Raxperts, Luna added dreamily. They're particularly active during emotional transitions like leaving school. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, then shrugged and made room. Luna settled beside the window, immediately pulling out a copy of the Quibbler and beginning to read it upside down. Looking forward to the summer, Harry? Ginny asked, her cheeks pinking slightly. Though she'd grown more comfortable around him over the year, she still sometimes reverted to her former shyness. Definitely, Harry replied warmly. Your mum's been redecorating Percy's old room for me, Ron says. She's gone completely overboard, Ginny confirmed, rolling her eyes fondly. Dad had to talk her out of buying a new bed, said you wouldn't want them spending so much money, so she's just transfigured the old one. It's about twice the size now, with Gryffindor-colored hangings. Harry felt a rush of warmth at the thought of Mrs. Weasley putting such effort into making him feel welcome. That's really nice of her. She's been cooking for days, too, Ron added. Preparing all your favorite foods. Hope you're hungry. The Weasley matriarch is gathering her brood, Luna observed in her peculiar, matter-of-fact way. Daddy says it's a powerful form of magic, building a family through choice rather than just blood. Everyone looked at her in surprise. For all her strange beliefs, Luna occasionally said things that were unexpectedly insightful. My gran says the same thing, Neville agreed. That family magic is some of the oldest and strongest there is. That's why pureblood families put so much emphasis on bloodlines, they're trying to preserve specific magical affinities. But that doesn't explain muggleborns like me, Hermione pointed out. Or how magical ability can appear in previously non-magical families. This launched a fascinating discussion about magical inheritance that lasted well into the journey. Even Luna contributed sensible points between her more eccentric theories about heliopath influence on magical genetics. Harry, listening to his friends' debate, felt a surge of appreciation for this makeshift family he'd found at Hogwarts: brilliant Hermione, loyal Ron, kind Neville, fierce Ginny, and even strange, insightful Luna. As the train began to slow for its approach to London, their conversation shifted to summer plans. Neville would be helping his grandmother in her extensive gardens, while Luna and her father were planning an expedition to Sweden to search for Crumplehorn Snorkax. Hermione's parents had booked a trip to France, though she promised to join Harry at the Burrow in August for the Quidditch World Cup if the Weasleys managed to get tickets. "Dad's working on it," Ron assured her. "He knows someone in the magical games and sports department. Says he's got a good chance at tickets through work." The train pulled into platform 9 3/4, steam billowing past the windows as it came to a stop. The usual end-of-term chaos ensued as students retrieved luggage and bid hasty goodbyes to friends. Through the crowd, Harry spotted Mrs. Weasley's flaming red hair, and beside her, to his surprise, stood Mr. Weasley as well. "Dad came," Ron said, looking pleased. "He must have got time off work specially." They made their way off the train, dragging their trunks behind them. Mrs. Weasley spotted them immediately and hurried over, enveloping first Ginny, then Ron in fierce hugs before turning to Harry. "Harry, dear," she exclaimed, pulling him into an embrace so tight it nearly lifted him off his feet. "Welcome home." Home. There was that word again, filling him with warmth. "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley," he managed, slightly breathless from her hug. "Oh, none of that," she chided gently, releasing him. "It's Molly now, or Mum if you prefer, though I understand if that might take some getting used to." "Let the boy breathe, Molly," Mr. Weasley said with an indulgent smile, stepping forward to shake Harry's hand. "Good to see you, Harry. All packed and ready?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied, then amended, yes. "Arthur." Mr. Weasley beamed. "That's the spirit. Now, we'd best be off. Security and all that." Harry noticed for the first time that they weren't alone. Standing a discreet distance away were two figures he recognized: Tonks, her hair today a vivid purple, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, the tall, imposing Auror who had been present at the guardianship hearing. "Auror escort?" Harry asked quietly. Mr. Weasley nodded. "Just a precaution. With everything that's happened, Amelia thought it wise to ensure your first journey to the Burrow as an official Weasley goes smoothly." The platform was clearing now as families departed. Harry spotted Hermione introducing her parents to Luna and her father, a strange-looking wizard with long silver hair and robes printed with what appeared to be animated star charts. Nearby, the Malfoys were gathering their son, Lucius's cold eyes briefly meeting Harry's across the platform with undisguised hostility. "Ignore him," Mrs. Weasley said softly, noticing the exchange. "That family has done enough damage." Harry nodded, turning away from Malfoy's glare. "How are we getting to the Burrow?" "Ministry cars, Mr. Weasley replied. "One of the perks of having Auror escorts." "Shall we?" They made their way through the barrier into the Muggle part of King's Cross, where two sleek black cars with tinted windows waited. The drivers, Harry noticed, had the watchful air of security personnel despite their Muggle attire. Their luggage was loaded efficiently, and soon they were moving through London traffic with impressive speed, magical assistance, Harry suspected, though subtle enough not to alert Muggle drivers. He sat between Ron and Ginny in the back seat of the second car, with Tonks riding up front with the driver. "Watch her, Harry," she said cheerfully, twisting around to face him. "Excited for your first summer of freedom?" "Definitely," Harry replied. "Though I'm not sure how free it'll be with Auror watching the house." "Don't worry about us," Tonks assured him. "We're just part of the new security measures, mostly keeping an eye on the property boundaries. You'll hardly know we're there unless something happens, which it won't," she added hastily, seeing Mrs. Weasley's alarmed expression from the other car. The journey to Ottery St. Catchpole passed quickly, the cars magically navigating through traffic snarls and covering distance faster than should have been possible. As they turned down the country lane leading to the burrow, Harry felt a flutter of anticipation in his stomach. This wasn't just another summer visit, this was coming home. The burrow appeared ahead, looking just as wonderfully haphazard as Harry remembered, a tall, ramshackle structure that could only remain standing through magic, with additions jutting out at odd angles and a collection of Wellington boots and rusty cauldrons by the front door. But there were changes too. The garden had been tidied, new wards shimmered faintly around the property line, and a fresh coat of paint brightened the exterior. "We've made a few improvements, Mrs. Weasley said, noticing Harry's gaze as they pulled up to the house. The Ministry security team insisted on clearing sight lines around the property, and then one thing led to another. "It looks brilliant," Harry said sincerely. "Really brilliant." As they unloaded the trunks, the front door burst open and Fred and George bounded out, having apparently apparat directly from London the moment they were legally allowed to do so. "Welcome home, Harry," they chorused, immediately grabbing his trunk and hauling it toward the house. "Best be careful with that," Ron called after them. "He's got breakables in there." "Us? Careless?" George gasped in mock offense. "We're the soul of careful consideration," Fred agreed, promptly tripping over a garden gnome and nearly dropping his end of the trunk. Harry laughed, feeling the last of his tension melt away. This was the burrow as he remembered it, chaotic, warm, and utterly welcoming. As they entered the kitchen, delicious smells wafted from the stove where several pots were stirring themselves. The familiar clock with 9 hands, no, Harry realized with a jolt, now there were 10, with a new hand bearing his name, showed that Bill and Charlie were traveling, Percy was at work, and everyone else was home. "Percy's taking his new job very seriously," Mrs. Weasley explained, following Harry's gaze to the clock. "Hardly seen him since he started at the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Comes home after we're in bed, leaves before dawn. Barty Crouch has him writing reports on cauldron thickness," Ron added, rolling his eyes. "Fascinating stuff, according to Percy." Mrs. Weasley began directing the dinner preparations while Mr. Weasley showed Kingsley and Tonks the new security arrangements. Fred and George disappeared upstairs with Harry's trunk, promising to deliver it to his room without any enhancements, a promise no one quite believed. "Want to see your room properly?" Ron asked. "It's all ready for you." Harry nodded eagerly, and they headed upstairs, passing the familiar levels of the Weasley home, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's room on the first floor, then Ginny's, then the bathroom, then the twins', then Ron's at the top with its orange Chudley cannons decorations. But now, on the 3rd floor where Percy's room had been, there was a new door with a simple wooden plaque reading, "Harry's room." "Go on then," Ron encouraged, looking almost as excited as Harry felt. Harry opened the door and stepped inside, momentarily speechless. The room was larger than he'd expected, painted in warm cream with Gryffindor red curtains at the window. The bed, as Ginny had mentioned, was nearly twice the size of his Hogwarts 4-poster, with similar hangings in red and gold. A desk sat beneath the window, overlooking the orchard where the Weasleys played Quidditch. Bookshelves lined one wall, currently half empty but ready for his possessions. A wardrobe stood open, revealing new hangers waiting for his clothes. But what caught his eye most was the wall opposite the bed. There, Mrs. Weasley had created a collage of photographs, some wizarding, some muggle, carefully framed and arranged. In the center was a picture of his parents on their wedding day, smiling and waving. Around it were photos of Harry with Ron and Hermione, Harry with the Weasley family in Egypt, Harry holding the Quidditch cup, and several others he recognized from Colin Creevy's collection. "Mum wrote to everyone she could think of asking for photos of you," Ron explained, looking slightly embarrassed. "Hagrid, Colin, McGonagall. She wanted you to be surrounded by good memories." Harry swallowed hard, a lump forming in his throat. After years of the Dursleys refusing to display a single picture of him, actively denying his presence in their home, the wall of photographs felt like the most generous welcome imaginable. "It's perfect," he managed. "It's absolutely perfect." "Well, there's more," Ron said, crossing to the desk and picking up what looked like a leather-bound book. "This was supposed to wait till dinner, but since we're here." He handed Harry the book. Opening it, Harry found more photographs, but these were older, pictures of his parents as students, with their friends, with a much younger Remus Lupin and a handsome, laughing Sirius Black. There were even a few of his mother as a child, standing beside a thin, sour-looking girl who could only be Petunia. "Where did these come from?" Harry asked, carefully turning the pages. "All sorts of people," Ron replied. "Lupin provided most of the Hogwarts ones. The earlier ones of your mum came from an old neighbor of hers that McGonagall tracked down." He hesitated. "And some came from Snape, believe it or not." "Snape?" Harry repeated incredulously. "Yeah, weird, isn't it?" McGonagall asked him specifically, apparently. "He handed over a whole envelope of photos of your mum when they were kids, didn't say a word." Mum was gobsmacked. Harry remembered what Lupin had told him about Snape's friendship with his mother. These photographs must have been precious to the potions master, giving them up couldn't have been easy. "I'll have to thank him," Harry murmured, still turning the pages in wonder. Each image was another piece of his past, another connection to the parents he'd never known. "Good luck with that," Ron snorted. "He might have handed over the photos, but he's still Snape. Nearly took my head off in the final potions lesson for breathing too loudly." Harry smiled, closing the album carefully. "Still, this is amazing. All of it. I can't believe your mum went to so much trouble." "Course she did," Ron said matter-of-factly. "Your family now." The simple statement, delivered without drama or emphasis, hit Harry harder than any emotional declaration could have. Family. Not through blood or obligation or ancient magic, but through choice and love. "Thanks," he said quietly, knowing the word was entirely inadequate. Ron, looking uncomfortable with the emotional moment, clapped him on the shoulder. "Come on, let's go see if dinner's ready. Mum's made treacle tart for pudding, your favorite." As they headed back downstairs, Harry's new room waiting behind them with its photographs and comfortable bed and promise of belonging, he felt a sense of rightness that had been missing for as long as he could remember. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Voldemort, the prophecy, the ongoing political fallout, he would face them with a proper foundation now, with people who chose him, who wanted him, who considered him one of their own. For perhaps the first time in his life, Harry Potter was truly home. The first weeks at the Burrow passed in a pleasant blur of activity. Without homework hanging over their heads, Harry and Ron spent long days flying in the orchard, helping degnome the garden, a chore that somehow became entertainment when shared, exploring the nearby village, and playing endless games of wizard chess and exploding snap. Fred and George frequently disappeared into their room, emerging occasionally with singed eyebrows or triumphant grins that made Mrs. Weasley deeply suspicious. They were working on products for their dream joke shop, they confided to Harry one evening, showing him prototypes of canary creams and Tung-Tung toffees. "Don't tell Mum," Fred warned. "She still thinks we're studying for ministry careers." "As if we'd waste our talents on cauldron thickness reports," George added with a theatrical shudder. Mrs. Weasley kept Harry well fed to the point of mild embarrassment, constantly offering seconds and thirds and looking delighted whenever he cleared his plate. She never explicitly mentioned the Dursleys or his previous undernourishment, but Harry understood her motivation. Every well-enjoyed meal was another small victory over his past. Mr. Weasley, meanwhile, seized every opportunity to ask Harry about Muggle technology, particularly fascinated by Harry's descriptions of computers and the Internet, concepts he struggled to grasp but found endlessly intriguing. "So anyone can access this web from anywhere?" he asked one evening, eyes wide with wonder. "And communicate instantly with people on the other side of the world?" "If they have the right equipment, yeah," Harry confirmed. "It's getting more common in Muggle homes and businesses." "Extraordinary," Mr. Weasley breathed. "I wonder if something similar could be adapted with magical communication methods." His musings were interrupted by the arrival of an official-looking owl bearing the ministry seal. Mr. Weasley took the letter, his expression brightening as he read it. "Good news," he announced to the family gathered around the dinner table. "I've got the tickets for the Quidditch World Cup. Prime seats, 2, top box." Ron, Ginny, and the twins erupted in cheers. Harry grinned, infected by their enthusiasm despite having never attended a professional Quidditch match before. "Ireland versus Bulgaria," Mr. Weasley continued. "Should be a fantastic match. Victor Krum, the Bulgarian seeker, is supposedly a genuine prodigy, only 17 and already world-class." 17. Harry said in surprise. "That's only 3 years older than me. And already signing endorsement deals with Nimbus and quality Quidditch supplies," Ron added knowledgeably. "He's featured in Which Broomstick every month." "How many tickets did you get, Dad?" Ginny asked eagerly. 10, Mr. Weasley replied. "Enough for all of us, plus Hermione if she can make it, and 1 extra. I thought perhaps Neville might like to join us, Harry. Ron mentioned he's never been to a professional match either." "That would be brilliant," Harry agreed, thinking how much Neville would appreciate being included. "I'll write and ask him." "Splendid. The match is the day before you all return to Hogwarts, so we'll make a proper holiday of it, go to the campsite a day or 2 early to enjoy the festivities." As the conversation turned to camping arrangements and speculation about the match outcome, Harry found himself marveling again at how different this summer was from any previous one. Instead of counting down days in miserable isolation, he was part of a family making plans, included without question in every activity. Later that evening, as Harry was writing to Neville about the Quidditch invitation, an unfamiliar owl arrived at his window. The handwriting on the attached letter was unmistakable, the same elegant script from the note that had accompanied his firebolt. "Harry, first, I hope this finds you well and happy with the Weasleys. Moony tells me you've settled in nicely and that Molly is feeding you properly, no surprise there, as I remember her formidable cooking from order meetings during the First War. I've made my decision regarding the Ministry's offer. After careful consideration and numerous assurances from both Dumbledore and Amelia Bones, I've agreed to surrender myself for a formal hearing next week. The terms are favorable, no Dementors, no return to Azkaban regardless of the outcome, and a guaranteed opportunity to testify under Veritaserum before the full Wizengamot. I won't pretend I'm not nervous. 12 years of injustice makes one wary of promises, however well-intentioned. But the chance to clear my name, to walk freely in the world again, and most importantly, to be a proper godfather to you, makes the risk worthwhile. The hearing is scheduled for July 18th. I don't expect you to attend, it will likely be a grim affair, with much discussion of that terrible night and its aftermath. But I wanted you to know it was happening, and that your support has meant everything to me during these difficult months. If all goes well, and Bones seems confident it will, we should be able to meet properly before the summer ends. There's so much I want to tell you about your parents, so many stories they would want you to hear. Until then, enjoy your time with the Weasleys. You deserve every happiness, Harry, and I'm grateful you found a family who recognizes your worth. With affection, Sirius P.S. I've enclosed something you might find interesting, a photo taken the day your parents made me your godfather. James was so proud he nearly dropped you trying to pose for the camera. Sure enough, tucked into the envelope was a wizarding photograph showing a much younger, healthier Sirius Black holding an infant Harry while James and Lily Potter looked on, beaming with pride. As Harry watched, Photo Sirius said something that made his parents laugh, then gently bounced baby Harry, who reached up to grab his godfather's long hair. Harry felt a complex surge of emotions, hope that Sirius might soon be free, gratitude for this new glimpse of his parents, and concern about the risks his godfather was taking by trusting the Ministry after everything that had happened. He immediately sat down to write a reply, assuring Sirius of his support and promising to be thinking of him on the day of the hearing, even if he couldn't attend in person. After sending his response with the waiting owl, Harry added the new photograph to the album the Weasleys had given him, carefully placing it alongside the others of his parents. The collection was growing, each image helping to fill the vast empty space where his knowledge of his family should have been. As he closed the album, Harry found himself thinking about what Luna had said on the train, about family being built through choice rather than just blood. The Weasleys had chosen him. Sirius, despite everything he'd suffered, had chosen to fight for the chance to be in Harry's life. Even Dumbledore, for all his past mistakes, was choosing to make amends rather than simply walk away. Family, Harry was beginning to understand, wasn't just about who you were born to. It was about who stood beside you, who fought for you, who made room in their lives for you. By that definition, he wasn't alone anymore. In fact, he might be luckier than he'd ever realized. The morning of Sirius's hearing dawned bright and clear. Harry had barely slept, anxiety about his godfather's fate keeping him awake long into the night. He joined the Weasleys for breakfast, picking at his food while Mrs. Weasley cast concerned glances his way. "Try to eat something, dear," she encouraged. "There's nothing you can do today except wait for news, and that's always easier on a full stomach." "Sorry," Harry mumbled. "Just worried about Sirius." "Perfectly understandable," Mr. Weasley said, looking up from the Daily Prophet. "But Amelia Bones is overseeing the hearing personally, and she's as fair-minded as they come. If the evidence is as compelling as you say, there's every reason to be hopeful." The Prophet's front page featured a large photograph of Sirius, not the haunted, gaunt face from the wanted posters, but a dignified portrait clearly taken recently, showing him cleaned up though still thin, his eyes serious but clear. "Black surrenders for historic review hearing," proclaimed the headline. The article beneath was surprisingly balanced, outlining the new evidence that had prompted the Ministry to offer Sirius the unprecedented opportunity to challenge his conviction without returning to Azkaban. "This case has raised disturbing questions about our judicial processes," said Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "The fact that Black was sent to Azkaban without trial during the chaotic aftermath of the war is troubling enough. But the new evidence suggesting his possible innocence requires us to reconsider the matter with the utmost care and transparency." The hearing, which is closed to the public but will be attended by the full Wizengamot, will include testimony under veritaserum, examination of pensive memories, and review of previously overlooked evidence. Minister Fudge has promised that justice will be served, whatever the outcome. Black, who surrendered voluntarily yesterday at an undisclosed location, has been housed in a secure Ministry facility rather than returned to Azkaban. Sources close to the case indicate he appeared calm and cooperative during preliminary questioning. Harry read the article several times, searching for any hint of the Ministry's likely decision. The tone seemed cautiously positive, but he knew from experience how quickly public opinion could shift. "When will we know the outcome?" he asked Mr. Weasley. "The hearing is scheduled for 10 o'clock, Mr. Weasley replied. "Given the complexity of the case, it could last well into the afternoon. I've arranged to be notified as soon as a decision is reached." He smiled encouragingly at Harry. "Try not to worry too much. Focus on something else for now, perhaps that charms essay you and Ron have been avoiding." Ron groaned at the suggestion, but Harry was grateful for the distraction. They spent the morning in the orchard with their textbooks, though Harry found it nearly impossible to concentrate. Every distant sound made him look up, expecting an owl with news. By lunchtime, the wait had become almost unbearable. Harry picked at his sandwich while Mrs. Weasley tried to keep the conversation flowing, discussing plans for the World Cup and the upcoming school year. Even the twins were unusually subdued, seeming to understand the importance of the day to Harry. It was mid-afternoon when they heard the distinctive crack of apparition from the garden. Mr. Weasley had left for the Ministry after lunch, promising to return as soon as there was news. Harry leaped to his feet and rushed to the window, his heart pounding. Mr. Weasley was walking quickly toward the house, his expression unreadable. Behind him, to Harry's shock, was a tall, thin figure with long dark hair. "Sirius," he breathed, hardly daring to believe it. He bolted for the door, nearly colliding with Ron and the twins who had followed close behind. Flinging it open, he stood frozen on the threshold, staring at the two men approaching the house. Sirius looked better than when Harry had last seen him, his hair was neatly trimmed, his clothes clean and new, but his face still bore the haunted look of someone who had endured unimaginable suffering. When he saw Harry, however, his expression transformed, years of pain momentarily lifted by a smile of pure joy. "Harry," he said simply, opening his arms. Harry didn't remember moving, but suddenly he was embracing his godfather, holding tight as if afraid he might disappear. Sirius returned the hug with equal fervor, one hand coming up to rest briefly on Harry's head in a gesture so paternal it made his throat tight. "You're free?" Harry asked when they finally stepped apart, hardly daring to hope. Sirius nodded, his eyes suspiciously bright. "Fully exonerated on all charges." The Wizengamot vote was nearly unanimous. "How?" "I mean, I hoped, but it was the Veritaserum testimony that did it," Mr. Weasley explained, beaming at them both. Combined with the pensive memories and new evidence about Pettigrew being an unregistered animagus. Once Sirius had described under Truth Serum exactly what happened that night, there was little room for doubt. Fudge looked like he'd swallowed a lemon, Sirius added with a hint of his old mischievous smile. Having to publicly apologize for a grave miscarriage of justice must have been the low point of his political career. But he had no choice, Mr. Weasley continued. The evidence was overwhelming, and with the full Wizengamot witnessing the proceedings, there was no way to sweep it under the rug. Mrs. Weasley had appeared in the doorway, looking startled but quickly recovering. "Well, don't leave our guests standing in the garden," she scolded gently. "Come in, Mr. Black. You must be exhausted after such an ordeal. Tea, I think, and perhaps some of this morning's cake." Sirius looked momentarily taken aback by the warm welcome, then smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. I haven't had proper homemade cake in, well, a very long time." They moved into the kitchen, where the rest of the Weasleys had gathered, watching with varying degrees of curiosity and caution. Fred and George looked positively delighted to have an infamous ex-convict in their home, while Ginny seemed torn between excitement and nervousness. As Mrs. Weasley bustled about preparing tea and slicing cake, Sirius took a seat at the table, Harry close beside him. "I still can't quite believe it," Sirius admitted quietly. "After 12 years, to walk out of the ministry a free man. What happens now?" Harry asked. "Where will you go?" "I've inherited my family's house in London," Sirius replied, a shadow crossing his face. "Not the most cheerful place, but it's secure and unplottable. Dumbledore's already suggested it might be useful for certain activities, given the current climate." Harry understood the oblique reference to Voldemort and the possibility of his return. "But that's not what I meant," he said. "I meant about us." Sirius's expression softened. "Ah, well, that's something I wanted to discuss with you and the Weasleys." He glanced at Arthur and Molly, who were listening attentively. "I know that Harry is now officially under your guardianship, and I want to be clear that I have no intention of disrupting that arrangement. You've given him what I couldn't, a stable, loving home, and I'm eternally grateful." Mrs. Weasley's eyes grew suspiciously moist. "That's very thoughtful of you, Mr. Black." "Sirius, please," he insisted. "And it's not just thoughtfulness. I've seen how happy Harry is here. My godson's welfare comes first, always." He turned back to Harry. "But I was hoping, if everyone agrees, that you might spend some time with me as well. Weekends, perhaps, or part of the holidays. I have 12 years of godfathering to catch up on, after all." Harry felt a smile spreading across his face. "I'd like that. I'd like that a lot." "We would have suggested it ourselves," Mr. Weasley said warmly. "Harry should know his godfather, and you were his parents' choice. We've always seen our role as supplementary, not replacement. Though you're welcome here any time as well," Mrs. Weasley added. "Harry's family is our family too." The simple acceptance, the easy way they incorporated Sirius into their understanding of Harry's life, left both Harry and his godfather momentarily speechless. It was so different from the territorial jealousy the Dursleys had shown toward anyone who showed Harry kindness. "Thank you," Sirius said finally, his voice rough with emotion. "That means more than I can express." The conversation shifted to more practical matters, the conditions of Sirius's release, including a substantial financial compensation from the ministry, his plans to renovate his family home, and the possibility of Harry visiting before the summer ended. "I should warn you," Sirius said, accepting a second slice of cake from Mrs. Weasley, "the house has been empty except for an ancient house elf for years. It's not exactly welcoming at the moment." "I'm sure it's better than a cave," Harry pointed out with a grin. Sirius laughed, a sound that transformed his face, making him look years younger. "Fair point. And speaking of better accommodations, this is quite the home you have," he added to the Weasleys. "Reminds me a bit of the Potter's place, full of life and warmth." The conversation flowed easily after that, with Sirius regaling them with stories of his Hogwarts days with James, Remus, and, carefully edited, Peter. The twins were particularly enthralled by tales of the Marauders' most elaborate pranks, much to Mrs. Weasley's mixed amusement and concern. As afternoon turned to evening, Mr. Weasley insisted that Sirius stay for dinner. "You can't possibly go back to an empty house on your first night of freedom," he argued. "Stay, eat with us, and if you'd like, use our fleur to contact Remus. I'm sure he'd want to join us in celebrating." Sirius accepted gratefully, and soon Lupin arrived as well, looking happier than Harry had ever seen him. The kitchen grew lively with conversation and laughter, the children listening raptly as the three men shared stories of their youth, of Harry's parents, of a time before darkness had torn their world apart. Watching them, Harry felt a sense of his past and present coming together in a way he'd never experienced before. Here were his father's best friends, the men who had known his parents best, sitting with the family who had taken him in and made him one of their own. For so long, Harry's life had been divided into separate, disconnected parts, his unknown past with his parents, his miserable years with the Dursleys, his magical life at Hogwarts. Now, somehow, those parts were beginning to connect, to form a more complete picture. "You look deep in thought," Lupin observed quietly, having moved to sit beside Harry while Sirius was enthusiastically demonstrating to the twins how he and James had once enchanted the suits of armor to sing romantic ballads whenever Snape walked past. "Just thinking about how different everything is from last summer," Harry replied. "Or any summer, really. It's like the pieces are finally fitting together." Lupin nodded understanding. "Life has a way of coming full circle, though rarely in the ways we expect. James and Lily would be so pleased to see you now, surrounded by people who care for you." He smiled warmly at Harry. "And while I know they're irreplaceable, I hope having Sirius and me in your life helps you connect with their memory." "It does," Harry assured him. "More than you know." As the evening wore on, Mrs. Weasley insisted that both Sirius and Lupin spend the night rather than traveling so late. "We have plenty of room," she declared, though Harry knew the house was already full. "Arthur can transfigure a couple of beds in the sitting room." Sirius accepted the offer with evident gratitude, and as the household finally prepared for bed, Harry felt a contentment he'd never known before. His room, his own room, in a home where he was wanted, waited upstairs, the photographs of his loved ones on the wall. His godfather, now free and cleared of all charges, was sleeping under the same roof. And all around him was the Weasley family, who had chosen him as one of their own. As he climbed the stairs to bed, Sirius caught up with him on the landing. "I meant to give you this earlier," he said, pressing a small package into Harry's hand. "It was your father's. I had it with me the night everything happened. Kept it safe all these years." Harry opened the package to find a small silver pocket watch, intricately engraved with the Potter family crest. When he pressed the catch, it opened to reveal not just a clock face, but a tiny magical photograph of his parents, dancing slowly in an endless circle, forever young and in love. "It's a tradition in old wizarding families," Sirius explained softly. "A father gives his son a watch when he comes of age. James got this from his father, and would have given it to you on your 17th birthday. I think he'd want you to have it now." Harry ran his fingers over the cool silver surface, feeling a connection to his father more tangible than any he'd known before. "Thank you," he whispered, closing the watch carefully. "For keeping it safe. For bringing it back to me." Sirius squeezed his shoulder gently. "Get some sleep, Harry. We have time now, time for all the stories, all the memories, all the things James and Lily would have shared with you themselves. I promise you that." As Harry continued up to his room, the watch clutched in his hand like a talisman, he felt something shift within him, a wound beginning, finally, to heal. The past would always be there with its losses and pain, but now the future stretched before him with new possibility, rich with connection and belonging. He placed the watch carefully on his bedside table, where it caught the moonlight streaming through the window. Tomorrow would bring more stories, more connections, more pieces of himself to discover. But for now, in this house full of people who had chosen him, Harry Potter was exactly where he belonged. The weeks leading up to the Quidditch World Cup passed in a blur of activity. Sirius, true to his word, began renovating his family home at Grimmauld Place, though he spent more time at the Burrow than there. Harry visited the London house twice, finding it grim and oppressive despite Sirius's efforts to brighten it, with an ancient, muttering house elf named Creature who clearly resented their presence. "It'll improve with time and work," Sirius assured him, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. "The important thing is that it's secure and unplottable. Dumbledore thinks it might be useful as headquarters if certain developments continue." These oblique references to Voldemort became more frequent as the summer progressed. Dumbledore visited the Burrow once, ostensibly to check the security wards but clearly also to confer privately with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Sirius, and Lupin. Harry, excluded from these conversations, caught fragments that suggested increasing concern about Death Eater activity. Bertha Jorkins still missing. He overheard Dumbledore murmuring one evening. Dark mark sightings in Albania. When Harry asked Sirius about it later, his godfather was reluctant to share details. "Dumbledore is being cautious, that's all," he said. "Keeping an eye on patterns that might suggest movement in certain quarters." "You mean Voldemort," Harry said bluntly. "The prophecy Dumbledore mentioned. He thinks Voldemort is coming back, doesn't he?" Sirius sighed, running a hand through his hair, a gesture Harry had noticed he made when stressed. "There are indications," he admitted. "Nothing definite, but enough to warrant vigilance." He studied Harry's face. "You're not a child anymore, and you have more right than most to know what might be coming. But I'd ask you to be discreet with this information. The Weasleys, especially Molly, want to protect you, to give you as normal a life as possible while they can." "I understand," Harry said, appreciating Sirius's honesty. "But if something's happening, if Voldemort is getting stronger, I need to be prepared." "And you will be," Sirius promised. "Without turning your entire summer into a defense seminar." He grinned suddenly. "Though I have been thinking it might be useful to teach you a few spells beyond the Hogwarts curriculum. Nothing dark, mind you, but some practical combat magic that served us well during the First War." Harry brightened at the prospect. "That would be brilliant." And so, in between Quidditch games in the orchard, visits to the village, and the usual summer activities, Sirius began teaching Harry more advanced defensive magic. They practiced in the orchard, where the Ministry's underage magic detectors were confused by the presence of adult wizards in the household. Mr. Weasley turned a blind eye to this technical violation, agreeing with Sirius that Harry's safety outweighed strict adherence to regulations. Ron joined these lessons eagerly, and soon Ginny was participating as well, showing a natural aptitude that surprised everyone except Fred and George, who claimed they'd been terrified of her hex work for years. Hermione arrived 2 weeks before the World Cup and immediately threw herself into the training, her theoretical knowledge complementing Sirius's practical experience. Shield charms are essential, Sirius instructed them, demonstrating the wand movement. Most wizards rely on dodging or counter curses, but a properly cast Protego can save your life when you're outnumbered. Harry found he had an affinity for defensive magic, his reflexes honed by Quidditch and his previous encounters with danger. By the time the World Cup approached, he could produce a shield charm strong enough to deflect most minor to moderate jinxes, and his disarming charm could send a wand flying 20 feet. James would be proud, Sirius told him after a particularly successful session. He was brilliant at defensive magic too. Saved my hide more than once during the war. These glimpses into his parents' lives were precious to Harry, who collected them like treasures. Between Sirius, Lupin, and occasionally McGonagall, who visited once to check on Harry's welfare, he was building a more complete picture of James and Lily Potter as real people, talented, flawed, loving, and brave. The day before the Quidditch World Cup finally arrived, bringing with it perfect weather and mounting excitement. Tents and camping equipment were packed, World Cup programs studied, and friendly wagers placed on the outcome. Bill and Charlie had arrived the previous day, both taking time off work to attend the match with the family. Percy, though technically living at the Burrow, had been so consumed with preparations for the tournament that they'd barely seen him. Ireland's got better chasers, Charlie insisted over breakfast, continuing a debate that had started the night before. Bulgaria's entire strategy relies on Crumb catching the snitch before they're too far behind. Which he usually manages, Bill countered. Youngest professional seeker in a century, and already considered world-class. Even Charlie here would have trouble competing with him. Charlie, who had been a legendary seeker at Hogwarts, conceded this point with good grace. True enough. But Ireland's got a better balanced team overall. If they can get more than 150 points ahead before Crumb catches the snitch. Ireland to win, but Crumb catches the snitch, Fred declared, ending the debate. That's our prediction, and we're sticking to it. Bold call, Sirius commented, helping himself to more bacon. Might even be worth a friendly wager. Don't encourage them, Mrs. Weasley warned, though she was smiling. They're already too interested in gambling for my peace of mind. The morning was spent in final preparations for the next day's journey. They would be traveling by Port Key at dawn to the campsite, where they would spend the day experiencing the pre-match festivities before the evening game. Neville would meet them there, accompanied by his grandmother, who had decided to attend once she learned the Weasleys had top box tickets. Augusta Longbottom in the top box, Sirius mused when he heard this. That should keep the ministry officials on their toes. She terrified half the Wizengamot during my hearing just by staring at them through that vulture hat. As Harry packed his rucksack for the trip, carefully including the omnioculars Sirius had given him as an early birthday present, he reflected on how dramatically his life had changed in just a few short months. From the abused, unwanted child of the Dursleys to a member of a sprawling, loving wizarding family, with a free and devoted godfather to boot, it was more happiness than he'd ever dared to hope for. There were shadows, of course, the troubling signs of Voldemort's potential return, the prophecy Dumbledore had mentioned, the political upheaval still rippling through the wizarding world. But for the first time, Harry didn't face these threats alone, isolated and unsupported. He had people who would stand beside him, who would fight for him, who would help him prepare for whatever came next. That evening, the extended household gathered for a final dinner before the World Cup adventure. The kitchen table had been magically expanded to accommodate everyone, and Mrs. Weasley had prepared a feast to rival Hogwarts. As they ate, conversation flowed freely, jumping from Quidditch to Hogwarts to ministry gossip and back again. Have they announced the new defense against the dark arts professor yet? Sirius asked during a lull in the conversation. Given recent track records, it must be getting harder to fill the position. There've been rumors, Mr. Weasley replied thoughtfully. Percy mentioned something about a ministry appointee, but nothing's been confirmed. Dumbledore's being unusually secretive about it. As long as it's not another possessed, memory charming, or werewolf professor, George quipped, then quickly added, no offense, Remus, to Lupin, who had joined them for dinner. None taken, Lupin assured him with a smile. I'd be the first to agree that my condition made my continued employment problematic, however much I enjoyed teaching. You were the best defense teacher we've ever had, Harry said firmly, a sentiment echoed by the others. Perhaps Dumbledore could convince Mad Eye to take the job, Sirius suggested. He's retiring from active Auror duty soon, I hear. Mr. Weasley looked thoughtful. That's not a bad idea, actually. Alastor knows more about fighting the dark arts than almost anyone. Bit intense for children, perhaps, but given what might be coming. He trailed off, suddenly aware of Mrs. Weasley's sharp look. Well, anyway, I'm sure Dumbledore has someone suitable in mind, he finished hastily. As dinner concluded and everyone helped clear up, Harry found himself standing beside Sirius at the sink, drying dishes as his godfather washed them, a task Sirius claimed to find therapeutic after years of having no normal household activities. Tomorrow will be good, Sirius said quietly, passing Harry a clean plate. A proper wizarding experience with your family. James would be over the moon, he loved Quidditch more than almost anything. Except Lily and you, of course, he added with a smile. I wish they could be here, Harry admitted, the thought bringing the familiar bittersweet ache. Them, and you, and the Weasleys, everyone together. Sirius nodded understanding. They are here, in a way. In you, in the stories we tell, in the connections you're making. He glanced around the warm, cluttered kitchen, at the Weasleys and Hermione chatting and laughing as they finished the cleanup. James and Lily would love knowing you found this, a real home, people who see you for who you are. I used to dream about someone coming to take me away from the Dursleys, Harry confessed. Some unknown relative who'd suddenly appear and rescue me. I never imagined I'd end up with a whole. I don't know what to call it. A clan, Sirius suggested with a grin. A tribe. A rather motley but fiercely loyal extended family. He bumped Harry's shoulder gently with his own. And just so you know, we're not going anywhere. Whatever comes next, and I won't lie, I think challenging times are ahead, you won't face it alone. I know, Harry said, and realized he truly did know it, deep in his bones. After a lifetime of isolation, of facing dangers with only his own courage to rely on, he had finally found what he'd always needed, not just a home, but a foundation. People who would fight for him, stand beside him, love him not for being the boy who lived but for being Harry, just Harry. Whatever shadows gathered on the horizon, Voldemort, the prophecy, the unknown challenges ahead, they would face them together. And somehow, that made all the difference in the world. The Quidditch World Cup proved to be everything Harry had hoped for and more. From the incredible atmosphere of the campsite, with wizards from all over the world gathered in celebration, to the breathtaking spectacle of the match itself, it was a day of pure magic and joy. The top box seats offered a perfect view of the action, allowing Harry to watch in awe as the world's best players demonstrated skills that made even Oliver Wood's most demanding Quidditch practices seem elementary. Victor Crumb was particularly impressive, his flying so precise and daring that Harry found himself studying the Bulgarian seeker's techniques with professional admiration. Fred and George's bold prediction came true, Ireland won, but Crumb caught the snitch, ending the game on his own terms when it became clear Bulgaria couldn't overcome Ireland's superior chasers. The twins were ecstatic, having placed a bet with Ludo Bagman that reflected exactly this outcome. Don't tell your mother, Mr. Weasley advised them when he saw the sack of gold Bagman reluctantly handed over. She'd have kittens if she knew you were gambling. The celebration continued well into the night, with singing and laughter filling their tents. Harry, Ron, and Neville stayed up late analyzing every move from the game, while Hermione and Ginny joined them occasionally between visits to other tents where international wizards were sharing stories and traditions. It was well after midnight when Harry finally settled into his bunk, pleasantly exhausted but too excited to sleep immediately. Around him, the sounds of celebration continued in the campsite, though gradually diminishing as wizards and witches retired for the night. He must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing he knew, Mr. Weasley was shaking him urgently awake. Harry, Ron, get up. Quickly now. The tone of his voice cut through Harry's grogginess instantly. Something was wrong. What's happening? He asked, reaching for his glasses and wand. No time to explain. Just grab a jacket and get outside. Quickly. All around the tent, the other boys were being roused with the same urgency. Outside, the sounds had changed, no longer celebratory singing but screams, shouts, and the ominous crack of spells being cast. They stumbled out of the tent to find chaos. Tents were burning in the distance, people were running in all directions, and over it all, hovering in the night sky, was a sight that made Harry's blood run cold, a colossal skull composed of emerald stars with a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue. The dark mark, Sirius breathed, appearing beside them with his wand drawn. His face had gone pale, his expression a mixture of fear and fury. Death Eaters. In the distance, a crowd of hooded figures moved through the campsite, wands raised. Above them, suspended in mid-air, were four struggling figures, the Muggle family who owned the campground, Harry realized with horror. "We need to get to the woods," Mr. Weasley ordered, his voice taut. "Stay together. Bill, Charlie, Percy, come with me to help the ministry. Fred, George, you're responsible for Ginny. Sirius, Remus, will take Harry and the others," Sirius confirmed, his wand already tracking the movements of the distant Death Eaters. "Arthur, be careful. If they're bold enough to conjure the dark mark." Mr. Weasley nodded grimly, then he and his three eldest sons hurried toward the commotion, wands ready. "This way," Lupin directed, gesturing toward the woods. "Stay close, wands out, but don't use magic unless absolutely necessary." They moved quickly through the panicking crowd, Sirius and Lupin flanking the group protectively. Harry kept close to Ron and Hermione, making sure Neville was with them as well. Ahead, Fred and George were practically carrying Ginny between them, making steady progress toward the tree line. The woods were filled with terrified people, some lighting their way with wands, others stumbling blindly through the darkness. They pushed deeper in, away from the screams and flashes of light at the campsite. "What happens if the Death Eaters come this way?" Ron asked, his voice higher than usual. "They won't," Lupin assured him, though his eyes remained vigilant, scanning the darkness. "Their goal is terror and spectacle. Once the ministry arrives in force, they'll disappear. Unless this is more than just random violence," Sirius muttered, so quietly that only Harry, walking beside him, heard. "Unless it's coordinated." A chill ran down Harry's spine at the implication. Coordinated Death Eater activity would suggest organization, leadership, exactly what Dumbledore had been warning about. They reached a small clearing where other frightened campers had gathered. Lupin suggested they stop there, not wanting to venture so deep into the woods that they'd have trouble finding their way back once the danger had passed. "What exactly is the dark mark?" Harry asked as they huddled together, watching the eerie green skull that was still visible through the trees. "Voldemort's sign," Sirius replied grimly. "During the war, Death Eaters would cast it over a house after they'd killed everyone inside. It became a symbol of terror, seeing it over your home meant death awaited within." "But Vol, you know who isn't here, is he?" Neville asked, his round face pale in the darkness. "In the campsite?" "Almost certainly not," Lupin assured him. "This is likely the work of former Death Eaters caught up in the excitement and revelry of the World Cup. Perhaps seeking to relive their glory days," he added with disgust. "Or perhaps testing the waters," Sirius murmured, again so quietly that only Harry heard. "Seeing how much they can get away with." They waited in tense silence, listening to the distant shouts and occasional magical explosions from the campsite. Gradually, the sounds of conflict diminished, suggesting the ministry was gaining control of the situation. "Look!" Hermione suddenly pointed toward the sky. "The mark is fading." Sure enough, the ghostly skull was growing dimmer, the serpent tongue dissolving into wisps of green smoke. A moment later, red sparks shot into the air from the direction of the campsite, an all-clear signal. "Time to head back," Lupin announced, his shoulders relaxing slightly. "Stay together, everyone. There may still be confusion and panic." The campsite was a scene of devastation. Many tents had been burned or blasted apart, and ministry wizards were moving through the area, assisting the injured and taking statements from witnesses. They found Mr. Weasley and his eldest sons near their own tents, which had fortunately remained untouched. "Everyone all right?" Mr. Weasley asked anxiously, counting heads as they approached. "Good, good." The Death Eaters disapparated when the mark appeared, almost as if they were frightened of it, which is odd. "Not if they weren't the ones who conjured it," Sirius pointed out. "What about the Muggles?" "Ministry got them down safely," Bill reported, dabbing at a cut on his arm. "Memory modification team is working with them now. They'll be all right, though thoroughly confused." "Did they catch whoever cast the mark?" Harry asked. Mr. Weasley shook his head. "No, though they found Barty Crouch's house elf at the scene with a wand." "Your wand, Harry." "My wand?" Harry exclaimed, instinctively reaching for his pocket. It was empty. "But that's impossible." "I had it with me in the tent," he broke off, suddenly uncertain. Had he brought it outside when Mr. Weasley woke them? In the chaos and darkness, he couldn't be sure. "It was definitely your wand that cast the mark," Mr. Weasley confirmed. "The Ministry performed prior incantato. But no one seriously believes you or a house elf conjured the dark mark. Someone used your wand and left it for the elf to find, most likely. Or took it from you earlier and used the elf as a convenient scapegoat," Sirius suggested darkly. "Where is your wand now?" "Crouch confiscated it as evidence," Charlie said. "Dad's been arguing with him for the past hour about returning it." "Absolutely outrageous," Mr. Weasley muttered. "The boy needs his wand, especially after tonight." "I'll handle Crouch," Sirius said with quiet authority. "He owes me a favor or 10 after my wrongful imprisonment." He placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. "You'll have your wand back before we leave, I promise." True to his word, Sirius returned 30 minutes later with Harry's wand, looking grimly satisfied. Crouch wasn't happy, but he could hardly argue with the many ways the Ministry has failed you over the years. Seemed eager to avoid any more negative publicity. As they packed up their tents and prepared to leave the campsite, a sense of somber reflection had replaced the previous night's jubilation. The attack, while thankfully resulting in no serious injuries, had cast a shadow over the World Cup and left everyone deeply unsettled. "Just former Death Eaters having a bit of drunken fun, that's what Fudge is saying," Percy reported when he rejoined them, having been in meetings with Ministry officials. "Doesn't want to cause a panic by suggesting any connection to you-know-who." "Convenient," Sirius commented sarcastically. "Ignore the warning signs until it's too late, the Ministry's specialty." They traveled home by Portkey in subdued silence, each lost in their own thoughts. When they arrived at the Burrow, Mrs. Weasley was waiting in the garden, having read about the incident in a special edition of the Daily Prophet. She flew at them in a panic, hugging each person as they arrived. "Oh, thank goodness," she cried, pulling the twins into a hug so tight they protested they couldn't breathe. "I've been so worried, so terribly worried." "We're all fine, Molly," Mr. Weasley assured her, looking exhausted. No one was hurt. "But the dark mark," she whispered, her face pale. "After all this time, it can't be a coincidence, Arthur." "I know," he agreed quietly. "I know." Later that evening, after everyone had rested and recovered somewhat, Sirius took Harry aside for a private conversation in the garden. "I want you to be especially vigilant this year at Hogwarts," he said without preamble. "Last night wasn't just random violence. Combined with Bertha Jorkins's disappearance and the other signs Dumbledore's been tracking, it suggests a pattern." "You think Voldemort is really coming back?" Harry said. It wasn't a question. Sirius nodded grimly. "I think preparations are being made for his return, yes. I don't know exactly how or when, but the pieces seem to be moving into place." He gripped Harry's shoulder. "The Triwizard Tournament will bring foreign wizards to Hogwarts, creating confusion and opportunity. It would be the perfect cover for, well, for almost anything." "What should I do?" Harry asked, feeling the weight of the situation settling over him. Be careful. Stay close to your friends. Report anything unusual to McGonagall or Dumbledore immediately. Sirius's expression softened slightly. But also, live your life, Harry. Go to classes, play Quidditch, make friends, have fun. That's important too, vital, even. We didn't fight the first war so that the next generation could live in constant fear. Harry nodded, appreciating both the warning and the perspective. I'll be careful, he promised. And I'll write to you regularly, let you know if anything seems off. Good. Sirius smiled, though his eyes remained serious. Remember, you're not alone in this. Whatever comes, you have people who will stand with you, the Weasleys, Remus and me, your friends at Hogwarts. Even Dumbledore, for all his past mistakes, is firmly in your corner. The reminder was comforting. Whatever darkness gathered on the horizon, Harry now had a foundation of support and love that had been absent for most of his life. The next day, trunks were packed for the return to Hogwarts. The mood was lighter than the previous evening, with excitement about the new school year beginning to overtake the shock of the World Cup attack. Fred and George were particularly cheerful, having hidden their World Cup winnings from their mother and made elaborate plans for their joke shop investment. As they prepared to leave for King's Cross, Harry found himself standing before the family clock, watching the hands move as Weasleys bustled about the house in last-minute preparations. His own hand, newly added but already looking as if it had always belonged, pointed to home alongside the others. Soon it would move to school, but the belonging it represented would remain unchanged. Ready, dear? Mrs. Weasley asked, coming to stand beside him. Got everything packed? I think so, Harry replied, smiling at her. Thanks for everything this summer. It's been. He struggled to find adequate words. It's been the best summer of my life. Mrs. Weasley's eyes grew suspiciously moist. Oh, Harry. Having you here has been a joy for all of us. And you'll be back for Christmas, of course. Sirius is joining us as well. The thought of a Weasley Christmas, his first as an official family member, filled Harry with anticipation. No more holidays at Hogwarts because there was nowhere else to go, but a real family Christmas with people who wanted him there. As they left the burrow, Harry took a last look at the ramshackle, magical home that had become his own. Despite the ominous signs, despite the uncertainties ahead, he felt ready to face whatever came next. The boy who had once been unwanted, neglected, and alone now carried with him the strength of belonging, of being chosen, of being loved. The wizarding world might be on the brink of another dark period, but Harry Potter was no longer facing it from a cupboard under the stairs. He was facing it as a member of a family, multiple families, in fact, who would stand beside him no matter what came. And that, he reflected as they set off for London in the Hogwarts Express, made all the difference in the world. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.